I did, yeah.
So, good evening, everybody. My apologies for a little bit of a late start. Can everybody rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I'm going to, for the Pledge of Allegiance, ask that Dr. Title and our new Finance Director for the school system, Doreen Munsell, come forward. First of all, we want to welcome you and wish you the best of luck in your new position. We look forward to working with you here on this board. And most of us don't bite, although a few of us might. But other than that, we'd ask you to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We want to congratulate the school system on getting started this week. I hope all has gone after as intended after two September, what do we call those, snow days? And hopefully Mother Nature will be kind to us for the rest of the year so you don't start digging into your April break. Before we get started tonight, this is the September regular monthly meeting of the Board of Finance, done on a Thursday as opposed to a Tuesday to accommodate some additional work that needed to be done by the Sherman School Building Committee and the Board of Selectmen, and delays caused by the hurricane. I'd like to thank my colleagues for adjusting your personal schedules once again to make this meeting. Exactly. It is appreciated very much, I know, and I know the Board of Selectmen and the Building Committee also appreciated that. With that, the state of play for tonight. We're going to approve the minutes of the special meeting held on June 29th. That was tabled from our meeting on August 2nd. We're going to approve the minutes from the regular meeting held on August 2nd. And we don't yet have the minutes for the meeting held just a couple of weeks ago, or a week ago or so, right? 2 weeks. The next item is to hear, consider, and act upon a request from the Special Projects Building Committee to amend a previously adopted bond resolution, the amount of $2.2 million for renovations to Sherman Elementary School to $3,950,000. That motion, or that bond resolution, was approved yesterday, last evening, by the Board of Selectmen, and we were emailed copies of that today. In fairness, we're probably going to move this on the agenda to lower. I had originally asked for it to be placed higher on the agenda. We did get some communications this morning that certain building committee personnel, which were deemed to be integral to the presentation process, we're not going to be able to make the meeting right off. So I'd like to move that item lower in the agenda if at all possible to accommodate that and give the item a fair hearing. The third item is to review, discuss, and act upon revised purchasing regulations and guidelines for all town departments, including the Board of Education, as proposed by the Director of Purchasing. Such regulations are and guidelines are pursuant to Article 13, Section 12.9 of the Charter of the Town of Fairfield. This should be familiar to everyone. It's a discussion topic from several of the past meetings, pushed to now, and we'll hear that tonight. And item number 4, to hear, act, and consider a series of transfer of funds, correcting overdrafts and departmental budgets from the prior fiscal year. This is our standard cleanup that we do at the end of every fiscal year to make sure the books and records are in good order. And number 5, other communications, and number 6, any other business. Any questions, comments, concerns from board members? All right, seeing none, I'd like to move to item number 1 on the agenda, to approve the minutes for the special meeting held on June 29, 2001, tabled from the regular meeting held on August 2nd. I do not believe we had full attendance at both these meetings, so with that, I'm going to take each of these meetings separately, each of these minutes separately. Any questions, comments, concerns on the minutes of these meetings? Seeing none, all in favor of approving these minutes? Opposed and abstentions? Okay, that item carries. And item number 1B, to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held on August 2nd, 2011. Question, comments, concerns on those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor of approving these minutes? Those opposed, Abstentions? Those minutes are approved. So item number 1 on the agenda is complete. How do I know the entire night is not going to go like this? Okay. Item number 2. Item number 2, I will move down on the agenda, if I have no objections, to allow for appropriate personnel to be here. And so we'll skip to item 3 right now. To review, discuss, and act upon revised purchasing regulations and guidelines for all town departments, including the Board of Education, as proposed by the Director of Purchasing. Ms. Holland, welcome.
Thank you. And the rest of the evening will go like that. Or at least this part of it, I hope will.
If you wouldn't mind, introduction, Ms. Holland's been working on this request for us for probably 5 months now. We started quite some time ago. It actually, this entire process kicked off from some emails that I had received from members of the library board, as well as discussions we had had with the Board of Education Administration regarding some concerns that we weren't taking best advantage of technology, as well as best advantage, technology via the internet, as well as technology via our new accounting systems, to put in place a purchasing policy that, A, allowed us to get the best prices available, and B, took advantage of efficient opportunities for open and fair bidding. The last purchasing policy, I think, came from the late 90s. So it was time to be refreshed. So I approached Ms. Holland about it, and she actually had similar thoughts as other department heads. And she and Mr. Hiller worked on it for a number of months, as well as some of the department heads. I know Dr. Title was involved, and the library was somewhat involved, as well as other departments. And towards the end of the process, we brought Mr. DeWitt in, who has an expertise in this and does this basically for a living. And he was able to help us drive it home to the finished document that's before you tonight. So I'm sure he'll have some commentary. I'd like to thank him for his efforts on our behalf on bringing this through. So with that long introduction, I will be quiet now and turn it over. Thank you.
I have a PowerPoint presentation for you that'll help to illustrate a few things if we can.
Okay.
I'll turn off one bank of lights.
Realize you were going to stand. Thank you.
And thank you very much for the opportunity to appear here tonight. What I'd like to do is give everyone a basic overview of purchasing and its role in the world. I'd like to talk more in more detail to follow up Tom's introduction as to why we believe it's time to update the bid requirements. I'd like to review the updated requirements, or the proposed requirements, and then briefly discuss the benefits of them. Supply chain management dates back, officially, the concept dates back to 1670 with a general in France who developed the concept of logistics that has now become the supply chain management. And it was for the supply, transportation, selection of camps, and adjusting marches in response to the supply. And it was quite successful in the beginning of Napoleon's conquests until he conquested a little too much and a little too long and a little too far from the supply base, at which point the machine began to break down. And at that point, the Duke of Wellington was able to ramp up his supply chain and defeat the good gentleman at the Battle of Waterloo. Had it not been for some incompetent purchasing manager, all of Europe might be speaking French today. Public purchasing in the United States actually was officialized by the federal government in 1792, with the Treasury and the War Departments authorized to make purchases. Following up, there was legislation for the U.S. Treasury to be able to buy supplies. And then in 1809, the Federal Procurement Act officially required formal advertising for bids. Prior to that, it had been a little bit more informal. The role of public bidding is to ensure that all qualified suppliers have an equal opportunity to compete for the sale of products. It also helps to ensure that purchasing is an open and transparent process. The logic is that an open and transparent process with a lot of competition is going to lead to the optimum price that's best for the government and for the taxpayers. In the private sector, purchasing really got underway with the publication of the riveting book, The Handling of Railway Supplies. And it was because there were a lot of moving parts in locomotives, and the railroad industry was really getting on its feet. It was becoming a very prosperous and very competitive environment, and purchasing was seen as a way to help contribute to the bottom line of the railroad. Going back to public purchasing, the progressive state of Oklahoma was the first to have a central purchasing department. And again, to follow up on the moving parts, more moving parts in the world, during World War II, aircraft manufacturing and assembly really had a lot of moving parts. And in 1949, in response to all of this, Congress established the General Services Administration that is still in operation today. It is essentially the purchasing department for the federal government, with the exception of some notable departments such as Department of Defense, who has their own purchasing function. And then by 1967, every state in the country had its own central purchasing function. In 1984, what we in the business refer to as FAR, the Federal Acquisition Regulations, were enacted. One of the reasons for having public purchasing is to take it out of the realm of the political and into an open and transparent process. And as you can see, from time to time, there are still issues with that, but we try to avoid things like this nationally, and we really try to avoid things like this in Fairfield. The other side of purchasing is that when you're launched into space, going 1,000,000 miles an hour, it's interesting to note that everything in the capsule was supplied by the lowest bidder and assembled probably by the lowest bidder. And so I'm glad that John Glenn made it back and forth safely, and that there weren't any problems with the low bid parts. While Fairfield Town Purchasing isn't working for NASA, we're not launching any rocket ships, we're very qualified professionals. To work in the purchasing department, it requires a college degree. It requires a wealth of experience. I have my lifetime certification from ISM, and we try not to look it, but combined we have over 67 years in supply chain management between the three members of the department. Phil Ryan, in particular, one of our buyers, has extensive experience from his past employment in project management in addition to purchasing. So he is an excellent resource. He's one of our go-to guys. And as you all know from my annual budget requests, I place a high emphasis on ongoing training and education. And some of the things that we've done in the past couple of years, in addition to attending the annual state forums and public purchasing meetings, is we've attended classes on contract law. We've looked more at buying intellectual products. We've also looked at how to evaluate the financial health and stability of a supplier. Okay, so the last thing we want is a supplier that can't complete the order or can't complete the work. All three of us are members of various purchasing organizations, most notably ISM. I continue to serve on the ISM Board of Advisors, and last year I resigned my seat on the ISM Connecticut Board of Directors after a 10-year service. And I continue to be a respondent to ISM's monthly report on business for the non-manufacturing sector. I'm very proud to report that in our March 2011 audit, there were no recommendations. that the internal auditor found that the bidding practices and procedures within the department were sound and they complied with all Board of Finance and charter procedures and guidelines. We work living this mission statement, and what we do is we obtain the best value proposition in terms of quality, cost, and delivery for all the products and services that are purchased for our customers. And by our customers, I'm not talking simply about town departments. We consider every resident of Fairfield a customer. We offer excellent service. We do our best to reduce administrative costs and busy work tasks. And over the last 10 years, we've worked even harder to take advantage of the e-commerce environment, both for buying and for providing accurate and timely information. We use the principles and standards that were adopted by ISM in 2008. We do all our work in compliance with the ethics code that's in the that was passed by the RTM and with the standards of conduct that are part of the town charter. And of course, we follow state, federal, and local laws. This is the section of the charter that gives the authority to contract to the purchasing authority, which is comprised of the first selectman and the purchasing agent. And it just states that all public works and services are for all departments, boards, agencies, and so forth are purchased through the purchasing authority using standard procedures. As Tom said, what I did as part of this process in developing and updating the bidding requirements was a fairly extensive process. I spent a lot of time gathering information based on a review of the bids. I looked at what we bid and what the responses were. And I also had a number of discussions with folks at central office, with various town managers who are our biggest customers in terms of both frequency of purchases and volume of purchases. And some of those managers were from Public Works, the wastewater treatment facility, the library, police, fire, and recreation. And then I took it a step further and I talked with purchasing professionals in other Connecticut towns because I really wanted to see how they were doing their work and what issues they encountered and what did they do to resolve those. I did some data collection using the Munis financial system. I did some more data collection using some of the resources from the Public Purchasing Association of Connecticut and ISM. And then I cobbled everything together in what I believe is an updated set of bidding requirements that represent best practices in public bidding. That document went through several iterations, and there were numerous follow-up discussions with managers, with the police chief, with Dr. Title, with Karen Ronald, the head librarian, with folks from Public Works and the wastewater treatment plant. The opportunities that I saw for improvement were numerous. And what I saw was that because there are no exceptions or exemptions for public bidding, we were required to bid sole source products. And here's an example of a sole source product. The wastewater treatment plant uses equipment that consists of ultraviolet lamps. And on a periodic basis, those lamps have to be replaced. And they're expensive. The total cost is around $35,000, $37,000. There is one supplier, yet we're required to bid those lamps. I also saw that we were bidding some products that had some very, very restricted distribution. Even if those lamps had been available from, or let me use a different example, pumps for the wastewater treatment plant. It may be a pump that's available from a number of different manufacturers, but there is one pump that we need that will fit in that space, and it's available only from an authorized distributor in the tri-state area or in Connecticut. I also saw that we were bidding products that required certification to work on the equipment. And only one manufacturer or only one supplier was certified to work on a piece of some highly specialized equipment. I also saw that we were publicly bidding captive replacement parts. An example of that is, say in the wastewater treatment process, there's a filter ahead of a pump. We need to get the same laying length, the exact same dimensions on that filter. If we don't, it requires repiping aspects of that part of the process, which is expensive. I saw that we were bidding maintenance for things like the microturbines that had only one supplier, and that was the manufacturer's representative who was certified, and if we didn't use that company, now we void the warranty. But again, we were required to bid that. And probably the most frequent opportunity for improvement that we found was in purchasing films, books, papers, other educational materials, textbooks, and so forth, where the lowest cost was usually from the publisher or the company that had the distribution rights. We would bid French books, for example, and we may get 6 bids, but the lowest cost was almost always from the publisher of that book. MRO supplies is termed as maintenance, repair, and operation, and they're typically products that are used in the maintenance, repair, and operation of a facility. Some of those things include electrical supplies, simple things like light switches, switch plate covers, plumbing supplies, washers for the sinks, new handles, flushometers for the toilets, and so forth. Small tools, hardware, paint. We do a lot of painting. So are we buying paint the best way? And one of the things that we found is that we absolutely can bid these supplies. We bid plumbing supplies. There are a number of things that we bid. But the concern has always been getting a supplier who is geographically close enough to avoid attendant costs of labor and a vehicle to drive to Hartford to get a part from the lowest bidder and bring it back to Fairfield. So I think we can do better on the MRO supplies by using different strategies for obtaining prices and discount structures from some companies who are geographically close to Fairfield. The present bid requirements state that we will advertise for bids in a circulation receiving substantial, in a newspaper rather, receiving substantial circulation in the town of Fairfield. That means we can't buy from contracts that are bid by consortiums because that consortium usually doesn't advertise in a newspaper receiving substantial circulation in the town of Fairfield. And then another big opportunity for improvement is using contracts that are bid and negotiated by GSA as evidence that that contract was publicly bid. Right now, what I'd like to do is compare and contrast the current bidding requirements with the proposed updated requirements. Right now, transactions between $1,000 and $1,000 are awarded prudently, and the department heads have discretion in what is bought and from whom it is purchased. What we propose is that transactions from $1,000 to $3,000 are awarded prudently on a best value basis. Right now, transactions between $1,000 and $7,500 are awarded on the basis of 3 or more oral or written quotations. What I propose is that transactions from $3,000 to $15,000 are awarded on the basis of best value, taking into consideration 3 or more electronic or written quotations, or they be awarded to sole source suppliers that we can document as being sole source, or that they're awarded to contractors with a sole source contract or that the order is awarded to a contract that was bid by a consortium. All of this would be done with the approval of the purchasing authority, and as with everything else, documentation of everything transacted would be kept on file. When we get into public bidding, right now transactions over $7,500 are publicly bid. And again, there's that requirement to advertise in a local newspaper. What we're proposing is that transactions over $15,000 are publicly bid, and I consider the Internet to be the publication having the largest circulation within the town of Fairfield. We can certainly continue to place an ad weekly, but we have found that most of our traffic is generated by the Internet, where people pick up our bid invitations off our website. Right now, we're required to award the order to the lowest responsible bidder. Responsible, quote unquote, has been awfully difficult to define sometimes. What we try to do to best define it is to publish our selection criteria in our bid documents. What I propose we do is say we're going to award to the lowest qualified bidder. That gives us the option to consider not just cost, but delivery, product quality, and some other things like cost avoidance, and I talked about earlier. Right now, we're required to bid MRO supplies. I propose that we use a method for buying MRO supplies based on lowest total cost. Right now, there are no exceptions to the bidding policy. We have to bid sole source products, we bid copyrighted products, we buy patented and specialized equipment for the library, the school system, and textbooks. We propose that we exempt those things where we are not going to get any bids, or we are not going to get any bids that are better than those from the publisher or the sole source producer. Right now, we can't use the GSA contracts. I propose that we use those as evidence that GSA has bid that contract. And then with consortium bids, right now we can't use them because of the requirement to advertise. By advertising on the Internet, it allows us to use consortium contracts. Since 2000 or 2001, I think it's 2000, we've had a standing waiver of public bidding requirement for consumable energy products. And that was in response to some things going very, very crazy on the commodities markets that were interfering with our ability to get optimum prices and supply on things like natural gas, diesel fuel, vehicle fuel for the police cars, and heating oil for those buildings. And a couple of years ago, the board granted a bid waiver for electricity. I would like to continue with that. This year we did a reverse auction for electricity, and we have what has been reported as one of the best prices for electricity in the state of Connecticut. It was very, very successful. In the last 2 years, our our unit cost for natural gas has decreased. I've already bought out to June of 2013, and it's lower still. So we really have been able to time the market for commodities for the most part, quite successfully to help us reduce and manage those costs. There is no provision in the present bidding requirements for making purchases under emergency conditions, and I propose that we include something that lets us do that. Just this past couple of weeks, in response to a storm, I got an email from Scott Bartlett, the superintendent of Public Works, who said, "Hey, I got a problem. I have got all our contractors who have bids for tree cutting and tree removal working. I have all my Public Works guys working. I have every contractor working that I can, and I have a town tree that is perched precariously on electric wires at the entrance to a homeowner's property." And I consulted with Mr. Tetro, and we believed that to protect personal safety of the residents, that anybody that was going near that property, should that tree come down and take some wires down with it, we told Scott, get a contractor. Get whoever you can that's available to do the work. This is a case where we believed it was more important to protect personal safety and property than it was to follow the rules. What I kept in the proposed bidding requirements was the ability for the Board of Finance to do a waiver exactly as it is written right now, and that is for any reason that you believe is necessary for optimal cost or convenience to this board can waive the requirement to do public bidding. I kept intact the RTM requirement for this board and the RTM to review in advance and approve any lease agreements that have financing arrangements attached to them that are multi-year and exceed $50,000. What is also new in this set of proposal is to report annually to the Board of Transactions those suppliers whose annual transactions exceed $15,000. So, for instance, one of the benefits of purchasing is that we see who buys what. And when I collect data on, say, soccer balls, I find out that every school buys soccer balls, the recreation department buys soccer balls, everybody's buying soccer balls. Should we be bidding soccer balls? Singly, all of these purchases may be $1,000, $2,500, but in total, we could have $20,000 worth of soccer balls. Just, I'm using that, I'm making that up. We really don't buy that much, but that's. You want to get into the soccer ball business. But that's a pretty far-fetched example where purchasing does see a cumulative total of all the suppliers from some very fragmented areas of the business, from both the schools and the town. And so what we'd like to do is look at those totals annually, come to this board and say, look, we're buying $20,000 worth of soccer balls. I think this is worth bidding. And using that information to develop some bidding strategies or some buying strategies going forward. And it may be that things should be as fragmented as what they are. But we'd like to know so that we can look at our future spend and make some good decisions on how we're going to manage that. We believe the benefits of this updated policy will allow the purchasing department to better focus resources on bids that are relevant. Public bidding, or any bidding for that matter, is relevant only when you expect to get more than one bid. And so if we're not going to get more than one bid, we are a very lean organization, and we really can put those resources to use in other places, such as developing strategies on bidding. We believe that with the documentation that's required, we have a clear audit trail for everything we do. The private sector for many, many years has been using the lowest total cost of ownership as a really solid method of making sound buying decisions. I'd like to be able to use that here. Again, I'd like to use the data that's captured by Munis to group and bid like products based on total annual spend. The other thing that this does is this, I believe the updated policy helps to ensure that orders aren't intentionally split to avoid bidding. It allows us to use the combined purchasing power of consortiums, provided that that particular commodity has a better price than what it would be now. And again, some commodities like paper, you are probably going to get a different price 6 months from the consortium bid as to when we got there. So, when we were going out. So we would look at that, and provided we can meet any minimum purchasing requirements. As importantly, I believe that the updated requirements continue to preserve the intent and integrity of the public bidding process. So what we've talked about is Napoleon and his supply chain failures. We've talked about the reason for the updated bid requirements and the process of developing them. talked about the new bidding requirements compared to the old ones and the benefits of the new requirements. And with that, I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Allen, for a great presentation. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And appreciate the time and effort you put into the entire process, as well as the obvious time and thought and care that went into the presentation, so thank you. At this, before I turn it over to questions of the board, I want to turn it over to Mr. DeWitt and ask, and see, I didn't tell him I was going to do this, but I want to ask if he's got any questions or comments to follow up on what Ms. Holland said.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Twig. This is
You're
this
welcome.
is a
I appreciate your
great
input.
effort. Well,
Thank you, Chris.
I appreciate your allowing me to help you, because I know it's a hard thing sometimes, right? But it was a good collaborative effort. A couple things in here, if you read the old and the new next to each other, and a lot of good points made in this presentation. I want to talk about sole source just for 1 second. Sure. When Twig talks about buying a pump or buying the lights that we can only buy from one person, that's a sole qualified source. There's literally only one person we can go buy those parts from, and that's it. They kind of control the market. And unless you want to open up a wastewater light company and compete against them, you're pretty much bound to go with that sole qualified source. But what you'll see in this document, we talk about sole sourcing with a specific document required that we're going to use a sole source, but a sole source that, I'm not saying this well, we're going to justify a sole source. So, for example, I'll use Dr. Title for example. If there are 3 possible bidders for a book, and given the mission statement of best value proposition, the best value proposition sometimes means that I pay 5 cents extra for that book, and I get support for the rest of our lives. Or there's intangible things sometimes in the purchasing world that you just can't, you can't quantify, right? That's why, and we debated this mission statement, and best value proposition is really the best way to say it, right? There's just sometimes that you're going to go with the guy who's not the cheapest, but is the best value proposition. And the best people to be able to justify that sole source are the department heads. So Dr. Title, his department, writes a sole source justification for that book that someone is not the absolute cheapest, right? Well, that document then goes through the purchasing department. 100% veto authority. That's something I will never waive on, having done this job myself. But with proper justification, we do have a sole source. That's still, there are multiple qualified sources, but we have a sole source based on a justification document. That justification document is a great thing for us, for our audit trail. I'm glad you put that on there, right? When our auditors come in and say, hey, Twig, why didn't you go with the guy who was 5 cents cheaper? Take out that sole source justification. Your department head has justified it in good manner, and the auditor should say, yes, you're right, you've done the right thing. A year from now, you take all those sole source justifications from Dr. Title, and you say, wow, maybe we should change something in our policy. So these documents end up being auditable and archival at the same time, and they're historical such that we can go back and tweak our processes. They're really great things. We use them all the time in external business, as you know. And actually, I was pretty disappointed you didn't put a helicopter up there. You put a jet. Other than that, some of the benefits at the end, removing our local requirement to bid in newspapers is absolutely huge. We are in a global environment today where you can go buy shoes from China, and limiting our town purchasing department to advertising in the Minuteman, and that is just is not something we want to do, and that's a huge benefit, I think, out of this new proposal. And listen, anyone in town can go and bid on that website, just like the guy in China. Well, China might be a stretch, but Oklahoma, right? And one last thing is, I did a little auditing myself, and our website for bidding is absolutely, top-notch. It's really, really good. It is auditable. It's visible. I went on there and found out more about bids about the town of Fairfield than I ever wanted to. So, kudos to that. And
Thank
I
you.
tell you, there's a couple little IT tweaks that will make it, even like world-class, being able to know who's bidding and who's looking at the stuff. But,
We'd love that. We would.
Yeah.
We'd like to have that.
That's phase two. We're going to go to IT and ask for a
Yeah.
couple of things. But I'll tell you what, I'm fully endorsing this, and again, I appreciate all your time and
Thank you.
help.
Any questions from board members? We'll go to Mr. Brockfield, had his hand up first.
Speed.
There you go.
Yeah. Twig, thanks. And thanks,
welcome.
good presentation and a good
Thank
history
you.
lesson. Bob is a history major, as he pointed out, and didn't know any of us. He wasn't even sure who Napoleon eventually was.
The guy on the horse.
A couple of questions, and admittedly, this is not my area of expertise at all. One, I was understanding the sole source thing until Mr. DeWitt started talking about it, and
Yeah, me too. No.
and what I was a little confused about, and I can address it to you as well, is that, so I understand the concept that somebody is supplying something that only they make or only they sell, for whatever reason. But then you brought up the idea that it could be 5 cents cheaper somewhere else, but you still might want to have this sole source. I don't know how something could be a sole source and also be available 5 cents cheaper, hypothetically, somewhere else. So I'll throw that to either of you guys, and I think it's just maybe you phrase it differently than you wanted to, or maybe I don't.
Well, I'll answer, because I
Yeah.
get the confusion. Again, there's a sole qualified supplier, right? Only one guy makes it. That's real sole source. But when you have a department head who fills out a sole source justification, which that's in here, there's a new form we're going to require, sole source justification, makes a compelling case that person or that the bid doesn't need to go out for full bid, 3 compliant electronic bids and all that stuff. If that department head can make a compelling enough case through our process and abiding by all our rules, we can act like they are a sole source.
Could you give an example, just so that people understand what you're talking about? Or could you give an example?
I probably can. I will try. As Mr. DeWitt said, there are legitimately products that are available from one source only. There are other products, for instance, textbooks. We may get multiple bids. The publishing business is changing dramatically, and there are book resellers that are out there. If you Google a book on the internet, there will be 10 pages of places to get it, including Amazon.com. What typically happens in our experience is that when we get bids, we'll get bids from a number of different sources. Typically, it is the publisher or the source that has the distribution rights, so to speak, that will say, you know what, I can supply this textbook. It's $5.05. It's a nickel more than anybody else. And in addition to supplying that textbook, I'm going to supply a teacher's guide. I'm going to supply some grading materials. I'm going to supply some other teaching materials, posters to hang up in the room or whatever, that aren't available from any of the other bidders. And so that, I
It's the
think,
intangible,
is the intangible. In some cases, it is tangible, because you can say, you know what, all that stuff, that's worth a nickel.
But, okay, so I think, yeah, I'm understanding. I think the problem that I'm having is I think that what you said is perfectly understandable and perfectly logical, and I think all of us make those decisions in our everyday lives for various services that I'm sure that women in the room here, not to be sexist, don't get their hair cut at the cheapest place necessarily. They go to a place where they think they're getting a good haircut at a fair price, for example.
As
Right.
opposed to
that.
you that
Well,
goes...
that's right, yeah. Well, that's why I'm making that point.
You went to the,
Thank
did
you,
you
yeah.
go to the low bidder?
Yes, I went to the low bidder. But, yeah. Walk right into it. Yeah. But, So, but what I'm not understanding is that, I don't think the phrase sole source is the right expression here, therefore. Because what you're describing to me is a situation where, in this example, where there's a textbook that's available from 20 different places, but one place is offering a better value proposition, which you mentioned there, which I think is a better way to describe this.
But I think sole source is an industry term, is what I've come to find out.
is.
It's
Yeah.
Okay.
it's a term of art as opposed to
I understand.
science for that industry.
It's,
I mean, I don't want,
you know, we,
yeah.
Sikorsky Aircraft makes Blackhawks. We are a sole source supplier to the United States Army. The United States Army owns every one of our drones. Could they take all those drawings and hand them to another helicopter company in the world and say, go build this? Absolutely. But they choose to treat us as a sole source. So
But-
we are
but-
a sole source in their eyes with all the regulations that go along with being sole source. Basically, what I'm saying is we're waiving the bidding requirements because we have a justification for a sole source. When you have a sole source, there's no
I
bidding.
don't want to beat this too.
Yeah, it's,
I think the truth is that, the only reason I'm going on about it is because I think it is important that we at least use the proper phraseology. See, I don't think that's a good analogy, personally. I think that that is a sole source situation. Your company's the only one making the Black Hawk helicopter for whatever reason, because the government's chosen to work with you in that fashion. But in this case, that book is available in several places. It just happens to be that the provider with the price at a nickel higher is providing you with a better value proposition. You're telling me that you can only go to buy a Black Hawk from Sikorsky right now, right?
I'm telling you, you could go somewhere and get it, you could go somewhere else and get it for more money or less money.
Well, okay, I
Perhaps
think
in-
we're probably using some nomenclature problems here.
The
Yeah.
sole source, again,
Yeah.
when you hear sole source in the purchasing environment, it means you don't have to go out to bid. This is, it's bidding and sole source. So when a department head justifies a sole source, that means to Twig, if she agrees with it, I won't have to go bid this. The responsibility of that then goes back to the department head. Hey, you know, Dave Title wrote this up as a sole source. He knows more than us about this, and we're going to let him go ahead and again, your audit trail, rather than 3 electronic bids going to the lowest bidder, goes back and they say, wow, Dave, you know, did you do the right thing here by writing the sole source?
Okay, can I move on to something else?
Yes.
Okay, and if somebody else wants to pick this up, feel free. They should. Something that really concerns me a little bit about the process, as I listen to you describe it, is right now, absolutely, by the way, putting the bid out on the internet or not required to be only in the local newspaper makes perfect sense, right? I mean, obviously, as Mr. DeWitt pointed out, there's providers for a lot of the things we buy all over the place, including China, but it may not be the most effective delivery. But what I'm thinking is that if, and I'm just picking, as Mr. Kiley frequently uses it as an example because of his business, computers, because we buy a lot of computers for the town, right? And if, let's say we need to buy 100 new PCs, just to pick a high enough expense. And if we were to put out the bid the way you're describing to me, the only way people would bid on it would be if they saw our request for a bid, one way or another, either in the newspaper or now in this better way on the internet. Is that correct? And therefore,
That is,
and they'd
yes.
have to somehow or another come to our website to see that we're looking to buy 100 PCs. And just let me, yeah, is that a correct
That is
statement?
correct, yes.
Okay. When I buy a PC, I don't buy 100, or I don't buy them that often, but I go on the internet, there's hundreds of sites that are comparison price bots, I think they call them actually, shopping robots, right? And once you know what you want, you put it in, and instantly you get back a delivery, as you mentioned, of 20 stores that are selling the HP model 65457, right? And that, to me, is, on a whole range of products, including soccer balls, is the most effective way and the cheapest, by definition, cheapest way to buy the product. Whereas the way we're doing it, even if it's on our website, I don't see why people would ever see it. I mean, why would Amazon.com ever see our request to buy computers? Or why would Buy.com or J&R Music World or any of the people that kill each other to make literally 1% profit margins in businesses like that? So what I would want would be someone like you, who is a professional, to have the leeway, or not the leeway, the responsibility to not only bid it in the traditional way, even if you're adding the internet dimension to it, but also to do what literally takes, believe it or not, 3 seconds with the internet, to make sure that we're getting the best price. Because every one recurrent thing we hear on this board and again, I turn to Mr. Kiley, because he brings up every time, is we ask the question, what kind of computers are you buying? And, they describe it, a Pentium this or that, and then they give us a price, and Mr. Kiley says, wait a minute, we just bought, this happened recently, we just bought these from my company, and they cost, 35% less. And there's no way we would ever get that price if we're just waiting for people to come to us. So I guess I've talked a lot here, but how do people find us is the question. How do they know we're looking to buy something? We're buying stuff all the time, right? How does anybody know to come to us to look for it?
Most of our traffic does come from the internet. That's how most of our bidders do find out about us. And we ask, how'd you hear about this bid? How'd you hear about this bid? When somebody in Florida bids on plumbing supplies, how'd you hear about this bid? Saw it on the net. Set up Google, for a Google flag or whatever that thing is called. Yes, thank you, Google Alert, and you popped up. And so that's how probably 80% of our traffic reaches us. The other thing is that one of the things that I would really like to have is, and then I've requested, and because of funding constraints, it's never made it out of committee. But there is software available that we could set up alert systems, so that if the suppliers that are interested in us, Amazon.com or HP or Best Buy or the local ABC computer supply store, they get an automatic notification whenever we post a bid that may interest them. So that's another tool. And then you're right, one of the things that if we had the resources, one of the things that would be very, very interesting to do with every bid is to look and see, how is standard stuff from Best Buy equipped? And are we getting the biggest bang for the buck? Quite honestly, most of our IT products are purchased off GSA and contracts, which we are allowed to use per GSA.
So if you,
And state bid contracts.
so under the current or the proposed rules that we've come up with, let's just go back one more time to the generic product. You need, no, I'm trying to think, those external hard drives that you use to back up your computer, the USB things you plug. Let's just say we needed those in our classrooms, or I don't know what it is. I'm thinking of something
Had
very...
one in my pocket.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking of something relatively generic, and we needed
Flash drive.
enough of them that it was going to go over the $10,000 or eventually the $15,000, right?
Okay.
And you put out the bids with the internet, you got in a couple of bids, and then you just quickly, because it's a generic product, typed into one of those shopping bots and got, the prices from 25 different internet stores, from cheapest to most expensive, and you saw that it was 25% less than the bids that you got the traditional way. Would you be allowed to just pick up the phone and call Amazon and say, send them over?
No,
Well, that's insane.
no, we can't. You have to bid in order to.
You have to, because
Yeah.
of some federal law, because of a town law.
Typically, it's the town requirements. I'd really have to go and look and see what the state stuff is. But even, a lot of the state statutes say that we're required to get sealed bids. We can't accept electronic bids unless they're date stamped and timed and can't be opened until 11 o'clock on September 8th. Something like having that type of software.
But even our current policy would require that to be bid.
It would.
Say that again?
Even our current or our proposed, in that situation, would drive you to a bid without, I'm going to keep going back to the sole source. So if our IT director was involved, and he said, wow, I get flash drives from Best Buy for 2 cents cheaper, he could write a sole source justification document to Twig. We could waive the bidding requirement and have a nice day. We go buy them from Best Buy. That's why we have experts.
So the answer is slightly different.
They're
So
not
you say-
precluded from
Right.
doing.
You're
Okay,
not
well, well,
precluded
Twig
from
just said they
doing it.
were. Yeah.
No.
You're not precluded.
Without a sole source, you
Without a sole source, you
Right.
have to bid it.
I'm confused with this sole source thing. Let's just use my specific example.
Oh.
I just gave a specific example.
I think I might have an example that we can get our arms around, because I've been trying to figure it out, too. let's talk about iPads, all right? You can get an iPad from the Apple Store, the manufacturer. You can get one from Best Buy or Target or BJ's, right? Now, let's say you have a department head. Let's say that, the tax assessor wants to buy iPads. And they say, you know what, the Apple Store is so much better because they provide 24/7 customer service, they provide better support, and they also provide the most up-to-date product line. That you can get stuff from Apple you can't get from the other guys until 6 months from now. Now, Apple obviously is not really a sole source, so it's a nomenclature thing. But what you're doing is giving the department head the ability to treat it as if it were a sole source. So that what they're offering at Apple is so much better and different from what other outlets are offering that it's basically like a sole source, all right? So basically what that does is that you are able to waive the bidding requirements by doing that sole source justification. And it enables you to speed the process, and it puts the onus on the department head who puts the form in that you have to justify it. So basically, if they find out that, well, you can actually get the same type of service and support at Best Buy, then it's not justified anymore. Am I getting it basically right?
I think that that's a perfectly valid point. I mean, I think I agree with 100% what you said, and I think it goes back to Chris's first point, but I don't think it answers what I was talking about, which that you're again talking about a higher quality product and willing to pay a little more for it, whether it's a service or the latest model. I agree with that 100%, by the way. What I'm going back to is, and I think this is important, I don't want to belabor it, but this is important, is that I would think that it should be a requirement in these, that any generic product that we're buying that's widely available, that we bid it in the way that you're describing, but that we also take the simple step of doing our own research, which, again, I'm not exaggerating when I say it takes seconds in terms of a generic product that has a model number that's available anywhere, and just checking what the market price is on the internet to anybody to buy it.
Twig, what's your response to that?
I think, I understand what you're saying, and I know that there are a lot of resources on the internet for doing things like that and for making those checks. And my concern is that, does it set us down a slippery slope for the following scenario? And this is a real-life scenario. We purchase office supplies off a contract that's bid by the state of Connecticut. And for a number of years, Fairfield Stationers was one of the suppliers. They bid on that contract, and they were one of the suppliers. And we bought a lot of materials from them. The state, the contract expired, or was expiring. The state published a bid for the new contract. Fairfield Stationers failed to submit a bid. We can't buy from Fairfield Stationers as part of that state contract because they didn't bid. And the reason we can't buy from them is that anybody can change their prices after the bid prices are known. And in public bidding, that's not fair or appropriate. And the concern that I have is that if we do it for something as simple as a flash drive, can we consistently manage it and govern that in cases for office supplies where somebody, not the internet, but a local supplier said, I didn't see the bid, here are my prices. And
That is a valid concern. I'll relate to something we've done here. We say, Rich White comes up and said, hey, I need a new dump truck. Here's 40 grand. You pick up the newspaper the next day, hey, Board of Finance just gave Rich White 40 grand. Goes to the first guy, how much for that dump truck? 40 grand. Not 30, there's no, that situation, he's got to go bid, right?
I don't understand how that relates to what I'm bringing up.
I'm not sure how to your point, Mr. Brockfeld, I'm not sure how we manage it. Do we say, well, we'll do it in the case of flash drive, but we won't do it anywhere else. We'll do it in the case of iPads, but we won't do it anywhere else. Or we'll do it in certain situations, but not others. And
Sure,
It-
you're
it-
a
it-
professional, and that's exactly what you do. If there are some products that aren't generically available, and for a variety of reasons, like you gave the example about the pipe or the filter or something that's only available from one source, or it's a very special item. I mean, and there are other items that are very, very generic, like soccer balls and computer monitors and flash drives and television sets, whatever it is that we're buying. And
I think they would disagree with their product
Yeah.
being generic.
again,
They would
generic-
disagree
generic
with their
meaning that
product
once
with
we
being-
arrive at
being generic.
Once we arrive at what we're looking to buy, if we're looking to buy for some reason 42-inch Panasonic plasma television model PSC 42X, once we have arrived at that, that price is generically available. I'm not saying it's a generic product.
If you can get to that level of specificity.
Well, they have to buy something.
Right, but they
right?
have to put it out to bid without,
It's,
ahead.
I see what you're saying, if I'm
Why would we pay
paraphrasing-
more-
if I'm
why would we
paraphrasing,
pay more than
what-
we have to?
what instead of the town driving a demand and people saying, I want to sell to the town of Fairfield, you want the town of Fairfield Purchasing Department to go out and say, get those prices, right? You want them to go out preemptively.
yeah.
Well,
And
no,
then maybe-
actually, no. I mean, I assume that the
Actually, yeah.
Board of Ed, the Board of Ed decides they would need to buy, again, we'll use the example of the external hard drives. Dr. Title or somebody in his department says to Twig, we've arrived at the conclusion that the Western Digital Model 56X is what we'd like, and we need 122 of these, please. Correct me if I'm saying anything wrong. At that point, you put out the bid the way you're describing here, and then at the same time, you also type into the internet, literally, Western Digital 55.6 price, and we'll come back to you, 100 companies with the prices, they're all killing each other on price. It might be Amazon, might be the best, buy.com, J&R Music World, and then you'll get your bids this way, and you'll compare it to the prices that are readily available, and then we'll buy it from the cheapest supplier.
I think what you're describing is probably most appropriate called a reverse auction. They have been legal in Connecticut for the last couple of years. It's a practice that's been used in the private sector for 20 years, 15, 20 years, and it's recently become okay to do in public bidding. And it works when you have a very common, unsophisticated specification for a product, when you have very high quantities, when you have 88 suppliers who can supply that product, and essentially what the buyer does is goes to the internet and say, usually with a third-party facilitator, we are going to buy 2,000 flash drives. Give us your price. And we get everybody from the internet who bids on those flash drives. And what you typically see is the price goes down and down and down as the companies bid against each other for the business. And they're
Isn't what you're-
actually lowering the
Isn't what you're
price.
describing exactly that?
I didn't include reverse auctions
No, I mean,
in
isn't
here
what you're-
because it's a state thing, and so it doesn't need to be legislated by
But it's
the
allowed to be,
town.
you do use reverse auctions.
We used a reverse auction to do our our bid for power.
Right.
It doesn't work in all
It's
situations.
a tactic as
It is a-
opposed to a policy.
Yes.
In other words, the policy specifically allows, or it allows for reverse auctions.
Right.
But it doesn't mandate reverse
It's
auctions.
not required. It's not a good bidding practice or strategy in all applications. It really is a product where there's high quantity,
Yeah.
a lot of bidders, very simple specification. Some of I'm trying to think of,
Small commercial off the shelf.
Yes,
You can walk in the
it
back
is.
room and grab it.
Yeah, you
Which
just
is-
go and you get
Which
it.
is what your flash drive scenario is, right?
Yeah. Great example for a good reverse
And the
auction.
current policy as put here allows for that.
It does. The state said that municipal purchasing and the state purchasing agencies are able to use reverse auction, so I didn't include it here for that reason.
You're having a similar problem, I think, and Mr. Stone, I want to go to you because I know you've been patient. You have a similar policy or similar problem that I had when I first got involved in evaluating the policy some months ago. which is, it's obviously your primary component is, hey, get the cheapest price possible. And
Not always.
to the extent you can pay the cheapest price you can and get what you want, you
Yeah,
want to pay the
right,
cheapest
yeah, I would
price you
hope
can. So perhaps always.
Yeah.
But the issue with it is, as you've pointed out a lot, is you have to do that within the confines of individuals or corporations or local taxpayers not being able to come back to you and say, you rigged the bid so that I didn't have the opportunity. And you just went and bought it from Amazon for 50 cents because that's as low as you could find. But I'm here on the post road and I would have sold it to you for 45 cents.
But
Correct?
Tom,
Exactly.
But wait,
Right.
my problem is, I don't think people are understanding me. I am not arguing that we should do what you just described. I'm saying we should follow, these are wonderful proposed rules.
No, that's what I argue.
Oh, okay. In other words,
it's
I don't
like-
know why, maybe I'm making myself clear. But let me ask you a different question. Would we ever buy the type of generic product I described to you by just putting out bids, getting back the bids we got, and buying the cheapest or best person, without checking on the internet what the price is? Will we ever buy something generic without checking the best price?
We typically don't check after we get bids, but we usually have a pretty good sense before we go out to bid of what we expect to pay.
So you check before you put a bid out.
We generally have a pretty good idea of what stuff costs. And quite honestly, we have, from time to time, we have trouble getting quotes, competitive quotes from different suppliers, if they're constantly giving us quotes, and we never buy anything. There's a cost associated for suppliers to develop these numbers and meet the specifications and do all the legwork to submit this stuff. And if we continually bid flash drives and then buy from some unknown source on the internet, nobody's going to bid after a while.
I would humbly say that I wouldn't call Amazon.com or J&R Music World or Best Buy some, I don't know what phrase you just used, sketchy source or something like that.
Did you say?
I didn't say sketchy.
You said something like that. I lost.
That's not part of my vocabulary.
You know what, there is a little thing, terms and conditions, right?
Right.
Every time you go on the internet and buy a, whatever, from Amazon, go buy a book from Amazon.
Right.
They put up this big thing of, this thing that no one ever reads, that says, I accept, you've accepted the terms and conditions, right? Well, unfortunately, Twig's got to read that whole thing and make sure she understands. And the terms and conditions for 1 or 2,000, especially when 2,000 is being bought by a municipality, is often different. So it is an unfair comparison to say, hey, I'm going to go buy, Pride and Prejudice on the internet for 25 cents a piece, and I need 2,000 of them. Oh, 2,000, wait a minute. There are terms and conditions that apply to municipalities that don't apply to the normal internet buyer, I would say.
Okay. I've taken up way too much time, so I'm just going to finish with.
No, actually, no, Mr. Brockfeld, I think it's very important because it is, and I wasn't making light of your comments.
no, I know.
When I was with it a few months ago, and I was exactly where you are, what do we do for that? And then I started hearing about the concerns over the public bidding and the open bidding that they need to justify in the phone calls they get on a monthly basis.
I would just conclude with,
Yeah.
on this topic, because I have some other thoughts, but I'll let other people talk
Yeah.
for a while, is that I would just say that, first of all, I've worked with Twig, and she's very competent, so don't take my questions as being
don't.
any question on that. It just strikes me that we should always know what the, let me see if I can phrase this a little better. We should always know, not an idea of what it is, we should always know what the lowest price is available for a product from a legitimate source. We may choose not to use that source for a variety of reasons. For the reason Chris just said about the terms and conditions, it could be because somebody else provides some extra thing we like. I'm fine with that.
Do
But
you think we do that?
But I think it would be an outrage if we didn't know what the cheapest price from a qualified, from a legitimate source, and I'm using Amazon as an example, it could be Best Buy, it doesn't matter, for something as generic as a flash drive. And if that price is $38 a piece, and for whatever reason we choose to go with the guy who did it for $47 a piece that came in through this process, I think we should have to justify that. Because we're buying a lot of stuff, we're buying, from what I hear, a lot of generic stuff, in addition to the special stuff like the filter you described. And I would think in the policy we're about to approve, or whatever we're doing with it,
We have to approve it.
I think that should be included with some kind of language.
Then put something together, and if you don't think it's covered, I mean,
Well, it doesn't
how do
sound
you
like
want to
it's
respond to that? Because I think it's a valid point, but I want to make sure.
Here's an example. And this is where there are times when buying off the internet or sourcing off the internet can be difficult. A couple of months ago, we bid shirts for soccer teams, camp counselors, and recreation department employees. The low bid came from a supplier in Canada who was going to supply a product made in China. We asked to see the product, and the women's small shirt was about the size of this piece of paper. The company advertised on the internet, and there's no way of knowing that the shirt that's a female small is going to fit a small child.
We understand that, but answer is, that's an example.
I don't think
Answer
I
is-
don't think that's relevant.
That's one
to the-
Right.
example
Yeah.
of,
No, but what I want to know is, he made a very specific
Not always
question.
accurate.
When we go out to bid for these generic supplies, have we done the homework internally to know what the lowest price cost is, so that you know what to expect when the bids come back?
Not just to
And-
expect, but to know that if we choose to spend more,
Yeah, but it's a caveat over the terms and conditions and stuff like that.
it could be any reason. Right.
Right.
I'm not arguing that we
I'm
shouldn't.
just saying, do
yeah.
we know what the lowest, to his question?
we don't empirically know what the lowest price is. We usually, as I stated, we usually have an idea of what we should expect to pay.
How do you have an idea on what you should expect to pay?
Most times, we've bought the product before,
That's not-
and it's a repeat purchase. We have a number of resources. A lot of times, we'll look at state contracts, and we'll say, you know what, it's available on a state contract, but we think we can do better. And so that's another resource that we have. I don't know how often the buyers go to the internet to say, you know, what's this flash drive? That I can't answer. So I would have to say that we have an idea, but do we empirically know what the lowest absolute rock bottom price is for that flash drive? No, we don't. We can certainly start doing as you suggested.
I would, I mean, I
But we
appreciate-
would
I
do that prior to publicly bidding it, because once we bid it, the bids that we get are the bids that we consider.
Why? You said originally that we're not obligated to buy it from the group of public bidders.
Go ahead.
If Amazon is
it-
offering it for $10 and the best public bid is $16 and we're buying 1,000 of them, why would we pay $16 what we can pay for $10?
It again starts down that slope of,
What slope?
do you buy it from the people that publicly bid it? It's the Fairfield Stationers situation.
Well, I think the people of Fairfield would much prefer to buy it from Amazon.com at 60% less.
Do you get any, I hear exactly what you're saying, but do you get into any legal trouble by doing that?
I'm not a lawyer. I would say that we'd have other bidders crying foul.
Well, do you have other bidders crying foul under current procedures anyway?
We have. We've had bidders take us to court.
Because of what actions do they take you to court?
There was one bidder who took us to court because he listed there was a discrepancy in what he listed in his unit price and his extended price, and when we corrected the math, he was not the lowest bidder, and he thought he should be. We've gone to court for the demolition contract for somebody that believed he was the lowest bidder, but he wasn't incorporated with
But how about where
the
you've
state
have you ever been
secretary.
gone to court because somebody said the bid process wasn't fair for,
They all
Yeah.
say it wasn't fair, but
Right.
we've not been taken to court for flash drives, if that's your question, or any product like that.
I would just say as a philosophical point, that, and you said this in your presentation, everything you're saying now makes it sound like we're operating our bidding department for the benefit of the people who are selling us stuff, when we should be operating it for the benefit of the people of Fairfield. I mean, I don't want to sound too high on my horse for a second here, but again, we have a town budget of $250 million odd, and I don't know what the amount of purchasing is, I assume you do, between the schools and the town.
It's a significant
It's a big
spend.
number.
It's in the
And
multi-millions.
what number is it, out of curiosity? How much money
It's over
flows?
$30 million.
Okay, over $30 million.
Yes.
And if
It's a big
the
spend.
things I'm describing were able to shave, I'm just picking a number, 10% off the amount we're spending, for example,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if it did, that would be $3 million, which would be about a 1.5% tax decrease, hypothetically. We should be doing, I would recommend that as much work as you guys did, and as good as it sounds like you've done, I think this needs a little more tweaking on this
Mr.
topic.
DeWitt, how do you respond?
I understand Mr. Brockfield's point, but having been in this very situation, right, if the basic rule of procurement is that you ask people, you tell people, I want to go buy something, and people bid something, and you choose the best value proposition. Now, if what you're saying, I think, is that we go through the bidding process, but yet a 5-minute internet search produces something that's 10% lower, that you then go approach that internet source.
What does approach the internet source mean? If I go on Amazon and they're offering flash drives,
Public bid, and Amazon doesn't respond.
they're not, obviously not going to respond.
Why,
right?
why not? These people are in the business of selling things. The government puts out bids for aircraft over the internet
But-
and doesn't tell anybody. You have to log on and see it. I'm not kidding.
But Chris, what you're describing again is the protection and interests of the people who are selling us stuff rather than the protection and interests of the residents of Fairfield. Who cares whether Amazon comes and bids or not? The only thing that matters to us is whether we can buy products at the best price from a qualified source. That's it. That's Twig's only, with all due respect, that's her fundamental job responsibility. That's it. To buy the products we need from good quality providers at the best possible price. Whether Amazon chooses to respond to one of our things we put up on the internet,
Is that a fair characterization?
I'm not sure. We do our best to buy the best products at the best cost, service, and quality from reliable sources of supply.
I mean, what you're saying, Ken, is let's go and do an internet search, and we'll just buy everything off the internet because it's got to be cheaper, and ignore the bid process.
A, it doesn't have to be cheaper. B, we shouldn't ignore the bid process. But if it is cheaper and from a qualified provider,
I guess
we should buy it from
I'm
them.
taking exception to your ignore the bid process. You're saying, let's do the bid process. We get 3 qualified bids, and then we go online, we say, oh, somebody's cheaper, let's throw out the bid process. You can't have it both ways.
Why not? Why not?
Mr. DeWitt?
Maybe a lawyer can help me with this. I don't know, or-
Yeah, I've made a note to check
maybe-
with counsel.
Why not?
I think I can actually, I think I've been listening to this going back and forth, and it's a great argument, and here's what I came up with. Assuming that there is no legal requirement, which is kind of what I want to know a little bit better, that there's nothing in state statute that says you have to do it this way, because that would be a helpful piece to have, and the fact that you're unsure makes me a little less comfortable with the whole thing. But assuming that there is no legal requirement that you do it, if you're someone who's putting in bids, and you know that the town is just going to go on the internet and find the lowest price, why would you ever bid again? So while on one particular purchase, let's say flash drives, you get 3 bids in for, and the lowest bid is $60, right? And then you go on Amazon.com and find that same flash drive for $50. So you can save money on that particular purchase, okay? But what if you have to bid something else in the future? Let's say it's a related product, like, so let's say it's a hard drive rather than a flash drive. And maybe on that particular item, Amazon wouldn't be the lowest price. Maybe you could get a bid price for lower than that. Why would a bidder even bother bidding to the town of Fairfield if they know that they're just going to get undercut by whatever the lowest price is?
I'll give you an answer to that. A, we should let all of our suppliers know that this is the way we operate. If they want to bid for something generic, where they're adding no value except dropping the product off at our door, then they should know that we're going to be demanding the best possible price. And if they can, and they're capable of doing exactly what I'm describing. I'm no genius, and I do it all the time for any product that I buy that's a generic product. And if they know that Amazon, and we're using Amazon as an example, but there are hundreds of stores that are like them.
Right.
If they know that Amazon is selling that flash drive for $50, they know they shouldn't bother offering it to us for $60. Would you accept that in your personal purchasing life?
Well, it's a fair point, but here's the thing, though. In the public sector, from what I understand, this is standard operating procedure, and I agree with your point that just because it's standard operating procedure doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean it's giving us the best value for our dollar. I agree with that. But if you're going to have a bid process at all, you have to make it a level playing field for those who are bidding. If you're going to abolish the bid process entirely, then that's fine, and that's certainly something that we can talk about.
I would say that what I just described is the fairest and most level process possible. We're telling them exactly what we're going to pay. If they want to sell it to us, they're going to have to match or beat the best available price that will take us 5 seconds to find on the shopping search site. I think that's the fairest thing in the world. If I was a bidder, I'd be the happiest person in the world. I know exactly what I have to pay, what I have to bid.
But basically what you're doing is, I get what you're saying, but basically what you're
And
doing
again,
is
who
making it
cares
a nobody
anyway?
beats the whiz type of situation where you're going with the lowest price. On some items, that makes perfect sense, but I guess where do you draw that line of what's a bid thing and what's the thing you just go on the internet and get the cheapest thing?
I started by saying that there are plenty of items that we buy, I'm sure, that don't lend itself to what I'm describing.
I guess the
There-
problem is, how do you determine that?
Well,
We look to our purchasing manager, who has a lot of skills, and also, in 80% of the cases, it'll be perfectly obvious to anybody. In 20% of the cases, she might have to make a value call.
So you're saying rely on Twig's expertise to determine what's something that should be bid and what's something that you just go and buy at retail?
Well, I'm
essentially.
not arguing not to bid.
Can I ask
Yeah.
I want a question on this for a
But
second,
yes.
because Twig, to be candid, you were far less certain tonight than you have been in our previous conversations when I raised similar issues over why don't we do exactly what Mr. Brockfeld has brought up, where you indicated to me that it was not quite above board based on what you were required to do by the state and by regulations and by bid processes, not the town bid process, okay, but rather the way municipalities have to act. Because we had a very similar conversation some time ago where it was, you can get into a whole heap of trouble if you're not seen as using taxpayers' dollars in a fair and open manner in a very transparent process.
That's correct.
And if you were seen as bid shopping like that, okay, which is perfectly appropriate to go at the lowest price, you hold yourself open and the town open for many, many lawsuits by selectively picking who you buy from based on that process. That was what was portrayed to me a number of months ago when I first brought a similar scenario up as to why would we not go with the cheapest bid? Why wouldn't we go out and do? In fact, you alluded to earlier tonight, that wasn't even legal at all up until a couple of years ago when they actually allowed for a reverse bid process
Right.
in the mainstream. So I'm a little confused based on your answer to Mr. Brockfeld earlier regarding, I'm not exactly sure, and what I was told previously of, hey, we can't do it that way because it's not an open process, and my responsibility, as put up on the board earlier, which is still, I guess, in our face, was that you needed to comply with these processes because you were spending taxpayer money. And because you were spending taxpayer money, you had to allow all these different entities the opportunity to bid. And if you didn't, it caused legal ramifications from the town. Do I have that right?
You're correct. And that statement And those principles are based on the bidding requirements that are issued by this board. I'm just looking here to see if I brought any of the information from the state bidding requirements, and I have some, but I don't have much. Mr. Brockfeld is raising something that's an interesting proposition. I have a couple of concerns. I think it has very limited application. Off the top of my head, I would say that we rarely bid, we rarely have a bid scenario that you're describing. The other thing is, I guess my single biggest concern is, multiple concerns, are how do we determine in which applications or in which bid we can do this? We can do it in flash drives, but we can't do it in trucks. We can do it in books from Amazon.com, but we can't do it in school desks or police cars. So I'm concerned that we'd be able to develop a sound, fair, and consistent policy, doing as you suggest. The other concern that I have is that, as I mentioned earlier, we have difficulty getting bidders to give us bids and quotes sometimes, because they see this as just spinning their wheels. And we're not allowed to say, we are not allowed to fix a price. There are all kinds of laws. There's Robinson-Patman Act. There are Skategate laws that apply to sellers, or buyers rather, as much as sellers, where we can't say, you know what, the price is $10, because it's seen as price fixing the other way around by the buyer.
Can I just address those two issues?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. One, going back to your first point in order, my answer would be that, again, I'm being a bit of a broken record. I totally accept that there are some items that don't lend themselves to what I've described. And I would personally, given your expertise, and someday you'll move on and we'll have somebody else, hopefully with equal expertise, I'm perfectly comfortable with there being discretion, not discretion, because I could think of a way to button it up, but where you would make the decision as to whether or not the product is generic enough or widely available enough that you can go out and check get the lowest prices I've described. And you could easily make a requirement that some kind of notation be made in the file, I did not need to do it in this case, or I did do it in this case, and for this reason. And the second point was I don't see that there's any price fixing whatsoever. I'm describing a situation where we put the thing on our website. Anybody's welcome to bid, and we also check to see what the commonly available best price is in the world of stores. And if the best price comes in through the traditional bidding process, we're happy to buy it from them. If the best price happens to be in the other instance, and it's from a qualified seller, then we buy it from them. And that doesn't preclude anybody from bidding. It doesn't tell them what price we're expecting, or anything for that matter. I know that if they have half a brain, they're going to do exactly what we're doing, and they're going to check what the world of prices is before they give a bid. I don't know why anybody would bid to sell us a flash drive at $60 that they know is being sold at Best Buy for $40. I don't know why they would. I'm sure somebody would if they think they can pull the wool over our eyes. But I don't see why anybody would expect us to be suckers, and literally suckers, and pay a lot more for the same exact product. So
I may have misunderstood, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I may have misunderstood one of your comments, because I thought I understood you to say earlier that we let suppliers know that we can get this flash drive off the internet at X dollars, and so
No.
your bid had better be that or less.
No,
And so
I-
we're not allowed to do that.
No, I just said that if...
That's where we get into
no,
problems
No,
with-
you misunderstood me. What I just said
Okay.
was that if we want, I don't think we have to, but if we wanted to, we could let people know that we are not only soliciting bids in the traditional way, but we also obviously check market prices on our own.
Okay.
and to be perfectly honest, to tell you the truth, I can't believe we don't do it already. I cannot believe that we're even, really even discussing as if this should be some kind of question, to tell you the truth. And, you know, 20 years ago, by the way, you almost couldn't do this, right?
Go ahead,
The
Chris.
internet didn't
Well, the
exist, you didn't
internet
have these
wasn't-
shopping bots. Now it's so simple.
wasn't as robust as what
Yeah,
it is.
exactly.
Yeah, but, Mr. Flynn has said it, and Ms. Holland said it. You know, that the bid process is integral to this document, right? Possibly, there's a way for us to break out commercial off the shelf at a fixed value, because you're right, we don't want this to happen with trucks. We don't, you know, so you're using
We would love it to happen with trucks, it just won't happen.
I
It just
don't-
won't happen with trucks.
I don't think you do, because here's the slippery slope that Twig's been alluding to. So, go for flash drives tomorrow. You bid 40, you bid 50, you bid 60. Twig goes to Amazon 30, goes buys them. A year from now, comes back. Hey, we need flash drives. He bids 40, he bids 50, you say, I'm not going to bid, she's going to go to Amazon. She goes to Amazon, now it's $25.
So
Third
why
year-
why would we care about the guy who wants to bid 60 if
Okay.
it's offered for 25?
The third year.
You're not
put it out
giving
for
that
bid.
bidder an opportunity.
The
How
third
are you not giving him an opportunity?
Or are you giving that bidder an
Well,
opportunity?
the third year, you put it out for bid and nobody bids. How do you know what's the lowest cost if nobody bids?
Because you go onto the
Go to
internet.
Amazon.
And you go onto the, you
Go
go
to
onto the
Amazon.
internet and,
It,
Chris,
it
you go onto
sounds
the,
very easy for
it-
flash, see, this conversation is really easy for flash drives, it's really difficult for police cars.
well, that's the whole point.
It's
We're
fair.
not arguing it can happen for police cars or
let
dump
me-
trucks.
So maybe we go back and look at commercial off the shelf, we define that for you, and we set a threshold.
Let me ask a question on that before you go further, because that could be valid. Look behind me, this thing's still up there, blaring in my eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Transactions over.
I'm
50
afraid to turn it
No,
off, Tom,
actually, in
because
this-
I don't know how to turn it back
Actually,
on.
this one is good.
I apologize.
So transactions
Here's the big
greater,
blue dot.
transactions,
That's okay.
transactions greater than 15,000 proposed. So for these commercial available products, how many times do you do something that's over $15,000?
For something that Mr.
Well, right,
Brockfeld
because, I
is-
mean, the flash drive, it's kind of, look, if we're going out and buying $15,000 worth of flash drives, I think that's kind of a bad example. Soccer balls is a bad example and stuff like that. Because kind of, what I'm trying to say is, somewhat of what this bid process is trying to do is by raising the level to $15,000,
It is.
is to handle this whole issue of
Right.
commercially best available, right? I mean, that's what it's trying to do. By saying it's $15,000 is the threshold. You're trying to say, I can go down the street and buy this. I can get this off the internet. I can do it. You're already trying to allow for that. So what I'm asking is, to that point, how many times are you buying things over $15,000 that would require a bid process that's a commercially available generic item?
I wish I had thought of that, and I'm glad you mentioned it, because I think it's extremely infrequent. In the case of some of the items that you're mentioning, Mr. Brockfeld, the examples that you're using, those purchases are going to be, typically, they're going to be in total far below $15,000. And if we flip back, if I can do this, oh, it's off. Ooh, it's buzzing.
If not, how are you going to use the internet to find the best available?
Well, no, what I put in here is transactions from $3,000 to $15,000 awarded on basis of best value, 3 or more electronic or written quotations.
Right.
What I want to be able to do for this dollar value is go to the internet and go to Amazon.com and say, I can get the flash drive for 20. I go to another source, your bot thing, and it's 20, it's 25, it's 19. I'm going with the 19, all else being.
So you're talking about bidding process that's for items valued over $15,000?
We're talking about over
Contracts over
$15,000, and quite honestly, I think they're few and far between.
POs.
Yeah,
Right.
one
That's
order,
it.
Purchase order, right?
Yeah.
one order over 15.
No, that could be 25 computers in one purchase order, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
definitely, yeah.
Right. Typically, for a situation that you're suggesting, we would do a reverse auction. It's a perfect scenario for a reverse auction. And in that case, we wouldn't publish a written bid. It would all be done through the auction.
Could you, and Kevin, I see you have your microphone, could you very, very quickly describe a specific example of a reverse auction?
Sure.
And
There,
how it works?
yes.
Yeah.
Typically, the buyer, which would be the town of Fairfield, uses a third-party auction source. We don't have the resources of the software to conduct the auction ourselves. We would develop a specification, let's continue to use the flash drives. We're going to buy 10,000 flash drives.
God help us.
We're thinking big. All the kids are getting them. All the
Okay.
students in school are getting flash drives. We, which is probably coming. We work with that third-party supplier to develop the specification. They look at their stable of suppliers that have already registered with the auction. They know that we're going to get bids from 9 different suppliers, and what we do is we'll set a maximum bid requirement. We'll say, all right, we're going to start the bidding at $12. The bidding starts, it's all done electronically, it is done, it's blind, so no company knows who the other companies are. But I believe you can see the prices tick down. And you can set increments. You can say, we're doing this in increments of $1, so you can see that you have to reduce your bid by a minimum of $1, and the prices tick down and down and down until you stop receiving bids. And then you realize that you've reached your diminishing law of returns. You've reached your rock bottom price, and you buy from that supplier.
I would say.
You do all the things in advance with terms and conditions. Everybody knows what everybody else's terms and conditions are.
It's like walking into the house, you know,
This
you're
is-
gonna go bid on the house, you gotta have a $10,000 check, and then
I hear
so
you.
you need to walk in.
I would say that.
There is a fee associated with it that is typically a percentage of the purchase price. It is typically paid by the seller. There are cases where the buyer pays the price just to keep everything nice and neat and clean. But that's essentially, those are the cliff notes on a reverse
And I
auction.
appreciate that. I would say, that's what I figured it was, I just wanted for everybody. I would say, that's somewhat of an improvement than the other, but I would say that's still not, to me, satisfactory, because that depends on picking a third party to run it, and depending on in your case, you use the example of 9 or 5 or 7, or whatever people have signed up to be in that reverse auction. That doesn't get us to the full universe of prices. So it's interesting, and in some sense, it's a little better, but again, I would just say that what I'm proposing here is not to actually change what you guys want to do. I'm adding an additional component that I think should be always checked, and then with your discretion, because, again, to say it again, if we're buying a dump truck, a special dump truck, we're not going to be able to use what I'm talking about. You cannot go to Amazon.com, I don't think yet, and buy a dump truck. So obviously, you would have the discretion to not do it that way. But I would say that if I was in your job, any product that I bought that had a model number or was in any way generic, I would type it into the search box and see what the prices are. Everything. If it's a soccer ball, it's a Wilson model, junior soccer ball, XYZ 5.7 in white. If it's a TV, if it's a flash drive, if it's a computer screen, a computer monitor, there's an enormous range of things, whatever it might be. Oil filters for the police cars. Those are generic items. Fram makes it, whatever it is. So I don't understand what the resistance would be to making sure that the taxpayers and citizens of Fairfield are getting the best possible product from a reliable and qualified provider at the best possible price. And I didn't know, I should have known, but I didn't know $30 million was flowing through your department.
It's considerable.
And that's a very large number. It's a big responsibility. I think you're a perfectly
Okay,
suited
Ken.
person for it. And so there's a lot of money to be saved here. That's my point. A lot.
I think there is some opportunity for savings. I think the scenario that you're presenting doesn't happen as frequently as it would seem
If it happens once.
in many cases.
Kevin, go
It's
ahead.
enough
Okay.
to
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Twig, for a great presentation as well, and for all the work on this. This is, these are some great steps in the right direction. One last point, and I know it's late, so just to follow up on this ongoing conversation, it seems to me like the reverse auction might have a place from time to time, depending on the item, the situation, the circumstances, even though we haven't used it a lot. The bidding process and these new regs have a significant place in what we're doing. But I think what I'm hearing is that there is an obvious need to incorporate at the right time for the right products at the right levels what Mr. Brockfield's talking about. And I'll come back to where the conversation started, which is on the computers. Because I think my memory is pretty accurate. Last year's budget, I believe it had about 500 PCs in it, I think. I think it was either 400 or 500 system-wide, and they were pegged at around $1,200-1,300. And without revisiting history, it was a machine that could be easily purchased for $300-400 less than that on a one-off basis. Those, from my perspective, are facts. Part of the explanation that we received was that it was a price through a state grant, or not a state grant, a state contract. Which I guess was the case, but that would make me question what's happening to drive the pricing on the state grant that we're attaching ourselves to, and is that the right place where we want to be or not? And there was another explanation given about the type of machine and the durability of the machine, the compatibility of it. I forget what the exact reasoning was, but those reasons didn't make much sense, nor did attaching it to what I believe was an overpriced state contract make sense. So that would have been an example where what I'll call, it's not the reverse auction, but this outbound bidding or this outbound pricing or outbound purchasing effort that you're describing would have made perfect sense and potentially saved, real money. So I think in the end, if there's a way for us to consider whether it's drafting of the document or whether it's, how we're running our department, utilizing this practice as often as possible where it makes sense, as Mr. Brockfield has described, because it seems very sensible that we can save a lot of money on certain larger purchases that are going to occur over time.
I agree. There are a number of situations where if we just need perhaps one or two computers, we buy them using the state contract.
Okay.
There are situations where we're buying very small quantities, and it just makes more sense to get them quickly off the state contract. There are probably as many situations where we're buying large quantities, and we do bids for those. We'll get a specifications from Ms. Burns for the products that are needed for the schools. We'll bid those separately. For instance, I know that we bid netbooks, I believe, and I clarified a misunderstanding or a miscommunication with the IT director to make sure he understands that we are not required to use state contract. We do them as a convenience, and they are an option if we can do better on state contract, but we are always available to do our own bids for any technology products.
Right, but there's three choices there. Attach yourself to the state contract, do the bid, or do the shopping, right?
Right,
Okay.
right.
So, I think I'd like to see some more clarity around those topics and how to incorporate those types of things, either more actively or potentially more aggressively.
Okay.
If we've exhausted that topic, I did have two other non-topic,
Yeah, there's one thing
just
I'd
quick
like.
ones.
There's one thing on the topic. I'll go after Mr. DeWitt, because I do want
Okay.
to check something on
All
this.
right.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, again, the bid, the bid is a crucial part. I know you guys keep thinking it's not, but right. If somebody tells Twig to go buy a computer tomorrow, by our own rules today, she's got to have a bid. Go to GSA, GSA says it's $500, she can place that PO in 5 minutes. You go out for the bid process, 5 weeks later, she's placing a PO. So there's that. The last thing, and this is something you really need to think about, it's really the audit trail. I could go and, Twig and I could go into business together, and I could go start selling flash drives for 2 cents cheaper, and and every time she can award me that contract. So you always have to remember that a purchasing agent, any purchasing people always are always scrutinized for where they're placing purchase orders. An auditor is going to come back and say, Twig, you got 3 bids, but you went to this other guy. Who is this guy? DeWitt selling purchasing drives, right? The audit trail is very, very important here. And when you start running out of bids to justify your audit trail,
Bid rigging.
when you start running out of bids to justify your audit trail, you're at a, say it with me, sole source justification.
Just to address that specifically, I can't think of a better audit trail than a printout from the shopping bot that lists literally 50 retail stores, all credible, authorized dealers, with all their
50
prices
stores
started.
that didn't bid.
We're talented human beings. We go and we find the best price for what we're looking to buy.
What I want to know, and this will go back, because we can go round and round on this topic, in fact, we have. What I want to know is what can we legally do with this?
I agree.
Okay, that's my bigger issue.
Yes.
And that was the issue that you raised with me several months ago, which is the legality of this, given you have to operate in an open and transparent process. So I think what I would like to see is a discussion and a document back from the town attorney addressing what we're able to do as regards to what these gentlemen brought forward. And then I would ask that, based on that document, if there is something that can be adjusted in the proposed policy, that be factored into the proposed policy and brought back before the board. Because my only concern with it is the legality of it. I'm all for getting the lowest price possible. It's the legality that concerns me, and making sure that we don't hold you, us, the town, liable for not being transparent and open and giving a proper competitive environment, period. So, other than that, I'm for it. And Mr. Kiley was still in the middle of it, I cut him off.
I just had
We're
two,
doing too laughing, Twig.
just
I know.
two quick and unrelated topics.
Well, can I just,
Yeah, you have something on that?
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, Twig had mentioned before the alert system, and I was thinking maybe that could solve the problem, and
Could.
it might also pay for itself. If we researched that and found out the cost of that, that would actually get us out to more bidders and
That's the IT
save
fix
money.
that we mentioned
Right.
before. That's the one, that
So,
alert system.
so I would like to, if she's going to come back to us with anything, I would like to know more about that.
Thank you,
I-
Mr. LeCoy. I think that's
I
an
would
excellent idea.
Very, very much like to get that concept out of committee in this
I don't
coming
know what
budget year.
committee you're on, because this is the first I've heard of it.
No, the other committee.
The other,
Not here, though.
Not here,
Okay.
not here, not a committee here. I would like to follow up on that, because it has tremendous value. It does a number of things. It lets potential suppliers know that we've got something coming up, or that we've got something on the website. It also, pardon me, lets us know who's going there, who's looking at our bids, and as importantly as who's looking at them, who's not bidding, and why not.
Great.
And so there are a number of
Excellent
things
idea.
that we'd like to do.
good
Great.
idea.
Thank you, Mrs. Leclerc. I appreciate that.
Okay?
I had two more things.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And I think they're fast. Twig, this is a little bit historical, but I think it was about 5 years ago,
Thank you.
our board had a presentation on the proposed school bus contract. In rough justice, I think it was a 5-year contract. It was in excess of $12 to $14 million. It was in that range. And you and the fiscal officer and former First Selectman Flato came to us for a bid waiver.
Correction, I did not.
Oh, was that before your time?
It was not me. I've never requested a bid waiver for student transportation.
Okay, then, all right, then I'll take that back, but there was a bid waiver request that was made of the Board of Finance for
There
the
was.
bus contract, so
I was not a participant.
thank you for that clarification. And it's hard to remember everything that happened during that time, but it was similar to this. The bid waiver was requested. I think it would kind of fall under what I'm hearing today is the broader definition of the sole provider concept, even though they weren't the only bus company. They were our current bus company. They kind of had the inside track, if you will. And there was a lot of discussion, and the bid waiver was aggressively pursued. And one of the reasons it was aggressively pursued was the fact that if the contract were to go out to bid, then the prices that come back might be higher than the prices you're looking at today with the bid waiver sitting in front of you. I found that to be a very threatening situation for the Board of Finance and for our town, and I think it put us in a very bad position. Ultimately, what we did is we refused the bid waiver. We called their bluff, for lack of a better term, and the contract went out to bid, and lo and behold, we weren't punished when the bids came back in. We were rewarded when the bids came back in, and I think we saved roughly $500,000. I think it was slightly higher than that over the course of the 5-year deal. So how do we protect ourselves against situations like that when I think maybe the pressure on our board for the waiver was significant and maybe the rationale for it wasn't solid?
First off, I was not a participant in that request for the waiver. My department has been able to bid everything that we've been asked to bid, from student transportation to security to police cars to road salt. In the case of something like student transportation, there are a number of bidders. In doing due diligence, I would not sign off on a sole source justification for a student transportation. I would not recommend that the first selectman, who is the other part of the purchasing authority, sign off on a sole source justification for something like student transportation. When you talk about the discretion of the purchasing authority, it is in situations like that where sound judgment, a knowledge of fair, open, and transparent bidding practices are helpful in determining what is the right thing to do and where are we likely to get the best value for the residents.
Okay, fair. That's a fair answer. And my final question is kind of a follow-on to that. I like a lot of what I see here as far as, I don't think loosening things up is the right word to use, but putting more power in the manager's hands and putting more ability to purchase without having to go through the process in department heads' responsibilities. I think that is, in general, a good step in the right direction if it's responsibly used and the town benefits from their experience and their knowledge and them going through the process. But with that said, if you're going to consider raising the limits that a person can purchase up to without having to go through a process, or give them a little bit more ability to create the sole provider background for a vendor, whether it's based on availability, which is a no-brainer, or whether it's based on other factors that certainly do make sense. How do you audit or protect the town in the big picture, looking forward, from things getting gray? Meaning vendors going from being prototypical sole providers to what I would call preferred vendors, or friendly vendors, or friends of friends, things like that. I mean, where do you run the risk of it getting too wide or too much out of control? And how would you, monitor that?
There is that risk. And that's another situation where I blatantly plagiarized from the sole source form that Chris sent to me. because I've not used one in the past, and I thought it was very good. And there is
It
a
is.
very, it is, yes.
It really
There's-
is,
There's a, and thank you for it. There's a very robust justification process. While we're not requiring anybody to offer their firstborn in exchange for the sole source approval, I think it's fairly rigorous. And again, that sole source justification requires the approval of the purchasing authority. So again, the first selectman and I need to review it. I need to make sure that there aren't any other bidders out there. I mean, this in some cases can create more work for my department, because we really have to be vigilant before I sign this, that it truly is a sole source and not simply a preferred source, and that we can support the due diligence that the department manager has done. And in some cases, it may be that that purchasing turns the internet upside down and shakes it and says, you know what, we can't find any bidders for this pump in Connecticut. And, so we support it on that aspect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm good.
Sure. Any other questions, comments from board members? Mrs. Leclerc?
I have a question on, Kevin was talking about bid waivers before, and what I was wondering is, should we have a time period for, that bid waivers should come back to us for a review? Like, sometimes we approve it and it's ongoing for maybe 10 years and we just forget it's even out there. So I was wondering if there should be, like, every 3 years we should review it, or some kind of a time period for
Bid
it.
waiver is usually only good for one bid.
Is it just
You
for
don't ever,
one?
you'll never bid
bid?
waiver a supplier. That-
Well, I was
The
thinking
only
for the
one you have
energy.
is the
was-
energy.
Okay.
Just energy.
That's the only
That's the
one.
only one?
That's a, yeah, right. Good
Yeah.
point.
Okay.
There's no others out there?
That's the only one I know of, right?
That is the only one,
Good point, yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
So I guess it would be at our discretion when we approve a waiver to put a time period on it,
okay.
right? Or a incidence,
Some
for
sort
this
of-
one bid.
Some sort of boundaries
Yeah.
on it, yeah.
Make sure
Are you-
you tweaked it by
any
the
oth-
fuel company.
Anything else, Ms. Leclerc?
Yeah, could I ask another question? Is, we have, like, criteria for dollar value for, like, paragraphs A, B, and C. How do you determine that before it's gone out to bid? Like, what if you decide it's under 15,000, and then we find out that the real cost is 25,000? Do you then have to go out to bid, or, is there, I don't know, what criteria you use to determine that? Is-
It comes from knowing what the bid amounts are likely to be, that we
Okay.
talked about earlier. We, oftentimes from past experience, we know what we can expect to pay for that computer, that flash drive, the Crown Vic, the road salt. And we can do the math. So if you're asking for 20 tons of road salt, we pretty much can tell you it's going to be over $15,000, and you're going to have to bid it. So that's where purchasing brings some value to the process. The other thing that we do is, as when I talked that, we don't look at every resource on the internet, but there are a lot of times when we'll look and we'll just say, this car, based on what we're seeing for the Crown Vic on Kelley Blue Book,
Okay.
car's going to be $25,000. You have to bid it.
Okay. Okay, and then is there, service contracts still don't need to be bid? Is there,
Service contracts are bid with the exception of professional services.
Okay.
And the charter itself exempts professional services from public bidding.
okay. And so then, like, if you had like an annual maintenance contract, that's required to go out to bid?
Yes, it
Like if
is.
it's over 50?
And we
okay.
do bid those. We bid, some of the examples of service contracts are boiler maintenance, housekeeping, lawn cutting, tree trimming, things like that, where there's no actual product supplied, but a service is performed, and it's not a professional service.
Okay, so it falls under Section D, is that where, or kind of could be any of them, I guess?
It is dependent on the value.
Okay. And then the last paragraph of Section C, it talks about real property leases involving rent in excess of $5,000. So is that if we have leases that go out to bid, like, that's talking about revenue? Or is it, like, are we renting the property or someone's renting from us? That's what
Let me look at this, because this was not changed from the original bid. And are you referring to the,
Like, I'm guessing, like, concession, the
Section
gross
D?
receipt. The last paragraph of C, right above Section D.
franchises and concessions?
Right. That's like at Penfield Pavilion
Yes,
or
we bid
something.
those. We bid the concessions for the beaches, the golf course, the tennis center, beaches, golf course, tennis center.
Okay.
That's all I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay, so that's like real property, like, that we're actually, like, leasing, I guess. But what if we don't charge rent? Like, it doesn't then have to, like, come to us for approval, even though we're kind of giving something away for free? Should it be part of this? That, why do we have the in excess of 5,000? Like, why don't they all need approval from someone?
I think, I'm trying to think of a for instance, and I think, say the town owns Old Town Hall. We no longer have a use for it, and so we're going to lease it. We would advertise for bids for that lease, and we would lease it to the highest bidder. Most of the leases that we have, or arrangements that we have, are for the daily use of Penfield Pavilion for a wedding, or the Burr Mansion for a wedding, something like that. And those are such a small amount that we don't bid those.
Don't want to bid them out.
We wouldn't publicly bid those.
But I'm talking more about a long-term lease, not like a temporary, like, rental, like,
If we were going to lease a town-owned facility, we would, and we believe that the value of that lease was over $5,000, we would bid it. Same as we bid our concessions.
You're asking what would we do if it were under 5,000?
yeah, like,
That'd
if
be
we were
like a
just
bargain.
gonna let someone use the
It's
property. Without, like, leasing it or putting it out to bid. We're actually losing a benefit, like, we're not actually gonna collect rent, we're just letting someone use that property for rent-free. So,
Why would we do that?
We've done it.
But for
He's
what
done
kind
it.
of situation?
For some not-for-profits, I believe, correct, Mary? Is that what you're referring
Right.
to?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I haven't been involved in
Would
those.
go out to bid for
I don't know.
zero, a free lease?
Or a dollar, or $1.
Right,
lease.
well-
Penny PO?
Well, well, wouldn't someone have to approve that if we're not gonna go out to bid for it?
Right now, the first selectman
Oh,
approves
if
it,
you're
correct,
not-
Aaron?
not
Isn't that
incurring
correct?
revenue, you're intentionally not incurring revenue.
Who approves that now?
I believe it's done by the first selectman. It has been in the past.
Does the Board of Selectmen have to sign off on that as well?
I don't know. I can find
And
out.
Mr. Tetra, do you know? So I do know we have at least one or two of those, correct?
Talking about things like the theater.
Theater company and things like that.
I think there are 3 or 4 that come to
Three?
mind. 3 that are in actuality. The Haydu Farm,
Yep.
is
Theater
it Giant
company?
Step, or what's the school in Oldfield School, in the senior center?
Yep. Is that under 5,000? Child's
House
Garden?
Garden? I'm not sure.
I'm not
It
sure either on that one.
seemed like and then the Fairfield Theater Company.
Right.
On that. And so I'm not sure of the process. That we'd have to get the opinion back. Just a recent example of the process. There was a proposal before us that got through Conservation to lease a couple acres of land to the organic farm. Based on research that Assistant Town Attorney Kennelly did, it was decided that that had to come to the Board of Selectmen for approval, not just the First Selectman.
Can we take a look at that? Can you see if that applies to the other items? And we can take a look at what the thing needs to be done there? Thank you. Thank you for raising that.
Welcome.
Any other questions?
I think I'm done.
And just to clarify that, the reason it had to go to a Board of Selectmen is because that was a nonprofit that was getting a lease valued at, I'm going to say nominal value, and that's what kicked it up to go to the Board of Selectmen.
So it'd be interesting to know whether those other items had to do similar. You would assume so, if that was the ruling on this one. You would assume that that was the ruling on the others. But be interesting to know. So, thank you. Mrs. Leclerc, is that it?
That's it.
Mr. Stone?
I think this discussion was really, really helpful. But I just want to ask you, Mr. Chairman, did we formally ask to get a legal opinion in writing?
Yeah.
Okay, because I think that's very important.
I do too, because
Yeah.
that would be my basis, yeah.
Right. And
That it would change my understanding.
Right. And the other thing is, I have hired Mr. Brackfeld as my personal shopper.
Okay.
You can buy some history books, right?
I hope you put his services out for bid.
I know one guy. I'll do it for 5 cents cheaper.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from board members? Seeing none, I'm going to go to the public on this item. Particularly, I know there's some department heads that are here. If they'd like to say anything on the purchasing document, now would be the time. My apologies again to the Sherman community. We did intend to take the Sherman item up earlier this evening. At the request of the building committee, we delayed it, so you all got to sit through this beautiful purchasing policy discussion until this hour of the night. But my apologies for that, because I know it's late. But anyway, any questions, comments, concerns from the public or department heads on the purchasing policy? Sure, Dr. Tittle, please. Welcome and thank you for
Right,
staying.
thank you. No, I'm here for the next item, too.
I thought you might
I want to
be.
say that I appreciate the work that purchasing and fellow people on the Board of Finance took on this. I think these are a big improvement over what we have. Obviously, every department head would like to have more discretion than are in here. But I think it's a really good step in the right direction. I think recognition of sole source for textbooks and other copyrighted materials is a big home run for everybody. I think raising the bid limits is very good. Consortium purchasing, reverse auction will save us in the school system, I think, some significant dollars going forward. So I would just, even if you can't get to agreement on the other stuff, the sooner we can start putting these in place would be best for us. So I just appreciate the board's willingness to move on the matter and look forward to approval at some point in the near future.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tittle. Anybody else? Sure.
Hi, Karen Ronald. Just wanted to thank Twig again for all the work she's done. I put her through the ringer. And I'm very excited about these new proposed bidding requirements. Also, I'm really would love to be able to come back, and I like the idea of the justifications through the sole source, so that maybe in a year or two we can look at this again if it's not working for us, as we're operating large departments and want to do the best for the town.
I think it's excellent. I think that it can't wait another 14 years. Let's just put it like that. And I think that we were going to rely on the full-time staff to let us know so that we can revisit it again and make sure we keep up with the time. So thank you.
Thank you.
What was your last name again? I'm sorry.
Ronald?
Ronald, librarian.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns from the public or department heads? Seeing none, back to the board. Mr. Bolito?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the fact that there are some items outstanding, particularly the legal opinion from the town attorney, I would make a motion at this time to postpone action on this item until a date certain, that date being our October meeting, Tuesday, October 4th.
I'll second that. Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns on that motion? Yeah.
Just a clarification question.
Yep.
So what exactly are we asking Twig and her team to come back to us with, A, we want to have a legal opinion on.
That's the main
I
thing,
guess,
yes.
the issues I brought up.
Yeah, and B, what I would ask is that legal opinion, if Twig and Mr. DeWitt, and to the extent that I can be of service, or Mr. Hiller most certainly, if they can, depending on what that legal opinion tells us, address some of the items particularly related to the generic purchasing, that we try to implement that within the
Okay, I
confines
just
of
want
the
to make
policy.
sure that was clear.
I am very, again, to my personal point, I had asked those questions before, was led to believe, or maybe rather than saying that, I came to the conclusion that there were legal issues related to being able to do that. And I think that tonight's discussion said that perhaps not, so I think we should look at it. Right?
I want to
think
make.
others agree.
Sorry. I
So-
want to make sure I correctly understand the scenario so that I can present it to council.
Can we ask that we do that subsequent? Can you do that offline with
Oh,
Mr. Brockfeld?
Yes, I can.
So we don't have to go through now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We bid the product, we check on the internet, it's a lower price, we buy it off the internet. Can we do that?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, I
Okay?
got it.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Thank you.
Seeing none, all in favor of table? Yes.
Just to
Yeah.
clarify the legal opinion, the opinion on the leases of that process without one of your requirements.
Actually, that's a good idea. Thank you, Mr.
I made a
Tetra,
note
for
of
bringing
that
that
as
up.
well.
I would like to do that as well, please. Thank you
I have
very
those two
much.
things for follow-up.
Is that okay, Mr. Blue?
Yeah, the only other thing that we didn't mention was getting the state statute, the relevant state statute that mandates or does not mandate our purchasing policy. Just to get clarification on that point, please.
There is state statute that council has referred to before. Council, I don't believe, is present right now. I'm not a lawyer. I really am not comfortable in speaking to it without consulting council
Understood. That's why we
again.
want to have an opinion on it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Polito, and thank you for your motion. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, all in favor of postponing this to date certain, October 4th, with the additional information? Those opposed, abstentions, okay, that item will be tabled, hopefully for a shorter discussion on October 4th. We'd like to thank the department heads, and I'd like to thank Twig. I think he said he was out of date. All right. Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess and then take up the Sherman School item, but I just want to give people 5 minutes, and then we'll be back. Please,
Tell Bradfield the meeting's October 6th.
just during our little recess, the first selectman asked for a moment of privilege to update us on some what I would call breaking news within the town. So I'm going to ask Mr. Tetra to step forward, please. You can use Mr. Mayor's microphone and just let us know.
I think this mic is mislabeled. I just wanted to give everybody, let everybody know, I got a text message from the chief of police. They have arrested an arson suspect they believe is responsible for the 6 incidents of arson over the last few days. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that they can sleep a little bit better tonight with that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tetra. All right, so we're about to take up item number 2 on our agenda, which we had postponed till after item number 3, which is to hear, consider, and act upon a request from the Special Project Building Committee to amend a previously adopted bond resolution in the amount of $2.2 million, which I believe was done last winter, correct, Mr. Hiller?
At the February meeting of
At the
this board
February
and the
meeting.
RTM.
For renovations to the Sherman Elementary School. Their new requested bonding amount is $3.950 million. Now, the board will recall, well, they're going to use it, yeah. The board will recall that we had a discussion at this at a meeting in August related to the biggest issue being the bids to do the approved scope of work came in higher than were what was in the original bond appropriation. We tabled that pending additional information, which we've going to hear tonight. The sense of urgency on the issue are the bids are only good for 90 days after being received. The clock is ticking on those bids, and the bids have to be either the bond resolution has to be approved by us, then would have to be approved by the RTM, and then there would have to allow for time for anybody to contest that approval process before they could actually accept the bids, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And we would have to,
Get one chance.
exactly. So let's go, with that, I'll turn that over to the Special Project Building Committee.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for adjusting the time for us. My name is Rich Special, Chairman of the Special Project Building Committee.
Welcome back.
The various items that you just spoke of are primarily some of my opening statements, so I'm just going to gloss over, you've said them quite accurately. Again, just a reminder that the big problem that you must be aware of that is the FEMA 50% upset limit. And I believe that everybody understands what that is, or can re-explain it to, because this is really key. This is how you can understand the project. Is it pretty clear to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing that I would emphasize, that time is of the essence. We have to do this now. We have to have something going in the form of the new construction. Otherwise, if we're not timely with it, we're going to push this project back to 2014, and I don't think that that's on anybody's agenda. The whole key is to get this project, make sure it stays under the FEMA limits, carefully monitor the expenses, make sure that all of the contingencies are kept to a minimum. The contractor must be micromanaged, if you will, by this committee and all the appropriate bodies, the school board construction people, the architect, the special inspector, and that's about it. I just would like to turn it over to Pamela now. She's going to give you a brief synopsis of where the project stands right now.
Hi, I'm Pamela Iacono. I'm a member of the Special Projects Standing Building Committee. You all know me. I like to talk. I am not good at technology, so we'll see how I do with this little fancy schmancy thing we have here. As Rich mentioned, we're just going to give you an overview of the project goals, review the project history and constraints, review the cost and the alternative analysis, and then come forward with our recommended solution and talk a little bit about the benefits of this project. Aha, that's cool. That goes to the next slide. Just to highlight, as we've said repeatedly for the past 2 years as we've been trying to get this project off the ground, one of the goals is to improve the indoor air quality to our classrooms, the APR, and the gymnasium at Sherman Elementary School. We want to add new windows in the front office to increase visibility. Our new standard in the front of the building for Sherman will be a double-door vestibule entry with a locking mechanism, which will force visitors to register in the office before entering the school building. And then with the addition of a new ventilation system, it will eliminate the need for teachers to have to open their classroom doors to get more air circulation going, which is obviously a security threat. I sort of ran through all that. We want to add teaching space and provide improvements to the administration wing. This would include a private and respectful ADA-compliant nursing station, a private and respectful space for the school psychologist, and then appropriate teaching space for our special education program and our gifted and talented program. We also want to add a second serving line in the kitchen and storage space there. This will give the children more adequate time to eat their lunch. It'll give us better ventilation in the kitchen, and it will increase our food storage space. As you know, we've added annex buildings over at Sherman, and we have a increase in population there. With that, we obviously need to have more food on site, and we need places to store it. In terms of the project history, just to give you a little bit of background on that, we were here at the last meeting, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the bottom line is the Board of Education had requested site improvements and core upgrades to Sherman School. We went through a lengthy process. The cost estimate for doing all of those things that the Board of Ed had put forth came in at around $5.2 million. That was an estimate that was done by Turner Construction, whom our building committee hired. We were faced with FEMA constraints. Our building committee charge came in at $1.9 million, which was at the time the number we were given as 50% of the appraised value of Sherman School. We have subsequently learned that the 50% of the appraised value of Sherman School is now $2,001,000. So that has gone up slightly since we were given that information originally. And back at the time, we were given additional funding in about the amount of $300,000 to cover soft costs, which don't go against the FEMA number. We then, as a building committee, the scope was redefined to meet our funding issues, meet the FEMA number. We put together a timeline. There were a number of things that affected that timeline, which caused us to revise it. Some of those things included delays in obtaining town planning approval. We had found out there was going to be a long lead time for ventilation equipment. So we had to break the project into pretty much phases. What we're calling the 800-pound gorilla in the room is the fact that we are dealing with being in a floodplain. It's been a constraint on the site from the beginning. Obviously, nobody wants to go over that 50% of the appraised value of the building, or it's going to trigger us bringing the entire building up to compliance, which is obviously going to be extremely expensive. We've done a lot of homework. We've gone back. We've done a lot of due diligence. And we have learned a lot of things through Jim Wentz' office and direction over at Town Planning and Zoning, and through Jim Gillerin in the Building Department. And we have really, really researched this and gotten better answers. We now know that the reset time for the FEMA number is 1 year after a CO. For a previous project, provided the projects are separate and distinct. Mr. Wentz has looked at our projects. He has ruled that they are separate and distinct. So we're in the clear on that. Some of the things we just wanted to give you were some highlights of things that are excluded from FEMA, which are the soft costs, obviously the architect and engineering fees, survey, site improvements, bonds, insurance, testing, hazmat, et cetera. And then costs to bring the building into compliance with building codes. And one of the things I want to stress that we learned here is that, for example, on this issue, the classroom ventilation that we are requesting does not affect our FEMA number because it has been ruled to be out of compliance. However, the ventilation that is in the gymnasium and the APR has been ruled a maintenance issue, and that is because there is currently a ventilation system in both of those areas. However, they are outdated and ill-equipped to be doing what we need to be doing, but because they are there, they do affect the FEMA number. So a portion of the ventilation work is not affected by FEMA, and then the gymnasium and the APR are. Again, this is just highlighting the FEMA versus non-FEMA, the additions and the renovations, obviously, that's new construction, the energy recovery system, because that is something new as FEMA, the ventilation to the APR and the gym, as I just explained, and again, non-FEMA would be the soft costs and the classroom ventilation. And then these are just a slide to show you the maximum dollar amounts in terms of the FEMA restrictions. Again, we're dealing with this $2 million number. And one of the things I want to highlight here, why you see year 1, year 2, year 3, is because what we've done in our proposal is added in an energy recovery piece to this, which I can talk about shortly. It's going to, we have to wait the 1 year period from the CO before we move forward with the second piece of work. Otherwise, we'll hit the FEMA number in year 1. And I can get into more detail about that shortly. So we've now taken a project that we were hoping to do in 2 phases within a year and spread it out over 3 years. We went out to bid, as I mentioned, as Rich and I mentioned at our last meeting with all of you, and we bid it out in 2 different parts with an addition renovation piece, a classroom ventilation piece, and then energy recovery, APR ventilation, gym ventilation. And none of the bids came back within our allocated amounts. Our 2 lowest bidders that we have right now cannot do parts A and B independently. They bid them under the conditions that they would be awarded both pieces. And all other Part A and Part B combinations exceeded our approved funding amount.
They won't do A and B independent.
That- They could, that is correct. We've, as a building committee, along with the purchasing department, went through numerous options, looking at, I can't tell you how many iterations of how to try and make this work. I think we must have looked at 15 different spreadsheets. We narrowed it down to 2 options at our last meeting. We felt that they were the options that best met the bonding resolution that was put forth to us. And we voted, and we came back with an option that brought the project cost up to this $3,900,000 plus request. So what we are looking at right now is a year 1 project where we would do additions and renovations to the teaching, kitchen, and administration spaces. That would cost $1.7 million. That affects our FEMA number, and about $200,000 in soft costs. And the timeline that we're looking at for that is hopefully, if we get all the approvals, we would be able to break ground October 2011. It would be an occupied renovation, which we're all fully prepared for at this point, and then with a completion date of February 2012. Again, year 2, we have to take a year off from the date of the CO because of the FEMA restrictions. We would come back in year 3. We would do the classroom ventilation, energy recovery, ventilation in the APR in the gym. This would cost $794,471. That hits our FEMA number. And then we would do approximately $1.2 million in non-FEMA code compliance work. And our time frame for this is May 2013 to August 2013. Some of that work can get started, some of it cannot, because some of it can be done while the kids are in school, and some of it cannot be done while the kids are in school. So that's why it's a little bit lengthier process there. And that's just a summation of the past 3 charts that you looked at. And that is pretty much where we are. I just want to run through, if you turn to the spreadsheet that was given to you.
Are we done with this portion?
Yeah, we're done with that portion.
Can somebody turn that off?
Just Control B.
It's kind of
Control B.
blinding us.
Control Alt B.
I did hit Control B, nothing happened.
Yeah, pull the plug out like that.
Exactly.
What was that?
Oh, there you go. That works too.
Just close, oh.
It's the white light now, not the
Yep. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Sorry, that's the extent of my technical ability.
How do you turn this off? Control.
Oh, the didn't work. Hang on.
Control V, but
End show, maybe?
It's in the show, and then I thought there was a toggle.
I just want to bring your attention to the spreadsheet that you received in your packet, and then I'll turn this over to Rich. I just want to let you know that the building committee had a lengthy discussion as to what we should be bringing forward as an appropriation request. And when we went through all of our work, we determined, the committee determined that this option that you're looking at in front of you covered the scope of what the original project request was. And that was classroom ventilation. I'm sorry, it was ventilation in the building, and then the kitchen work and the work in the administrative wing. What the committee decided they wanted to do was to add in energy recovery. That was not in the original scope of the project.
Where are we at? Part A is what you're talking about?
I'm talking about this entire spreadsheet right now, what is before you. So it is the original scope, plus it is energy recovery. So I just wanted to answer the question, is this what we originally asked for? Yes, it is, plus energy recovery. And with that,
Before we go further, what's the incremental cost of the energy recovery?
well, I was just going to say, I'm going to turn it over to Rich to let you walk through all of those pieces.
Okay. I'm looking for one number, then we can walk through all the spaces. What's the incremental cost?
well, basically, if you look in year 3, the energy recovery starts with the figure 126. The next figure is the cafeteria for 240 and gym ventilation for 62,000. And then there's a construction contingency figure of 15% on all of those items.
Yeah, but my understanding is that's not the cost of the energy recovery. What's the incremental cost to the entire project of the energy recovery?
The cost of the energy recovery system is $126,150. Because we have to put the project off for a year, we have to factor in a bid differential and some other contingencies, and the project then ultimately ends up costing roughly $400,000 more by doing it's not because, I don't want to, there's two ways to really look at this. If you ask me the question, what does the energy recovery cost? It costs $126,000. What's the project going to cost because of the FEMA timelines that we have to put this together in now because of the energy recovery system and the way the project works out? It's roughly $400,000.
Right, so the incremental cost differential is $400,000.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I knew that was a question that was already on the minds of board members, so I wanted to get
Right,
it out there.
because you can't pick it up from the sheet.
You can't pick it up from the
no.
sheet. It's
That is
buried.
correct. That was
Correct.
discussed last night at the Board of
Yeah.
Selectmen
Yeah, that's
meeting,
what I
so
understood.
we understand.
And this was the program that was voted for approval.
Yeah, no, yep. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, so go right ahead, please.
Yeah, basically, the year 3, well, the big, all right, starting from the top, the big thing is the 1,702,000, okay? The reason why we want to go with this program is because we cannot exceed that 2 million FEMA figure. If we do that, you just can't do it. There'd be, so many bad things would kick in, the moat around the building, elevated of 7 feet, so on and so forth. And the insurance coverage for the town of Fairfield would be lifted by FEMA possibly as, when they do an audit. So it's just too much of a risk to even be remotely close to that 2 million figure. So with the $1,480,000 bid from a contractor, Secondino, and a 15% contingency, which we hope we could control and keep to a minimum, we have at least $300,000 away from the FEMA upset. And that's very, very key. That's the soft costs are what they are. I can tell you that we currently have spent $155,000 on soft costs. And then the next figure down is 905 is the total FEMA and soft costs in year one. As Pamela explained, we have to take a hiatus of 1 year, which means that as soon as this project is finished, which we would hope for sometime in January, February, we have to go for our C of O and start counting the days till 1 year has passed by. If there was a lot of money left over, and we don't know, we can't risk it, we could actually start maybe to move the schedule up slightly. But we would have to do that only once we were very sure that we were well away from the FEMA upset limit. So you can't count on it, but it's something that the committee would keep its eye on should that event occur. We just went through all of the items here. The basic cost of the 126,150, that's the recovery costs on the classroom units. There's approximately each classroom, 1 unit per 2 classrooms, and I think there's going to be 12 units. The cafe ventilation, there's a possibility that that could be done while the children are in school, because it would be something where we would do scaffolding inside the building and perhaps do it, cordon off the area so that that work could go on. Same thing with the gym ventilation. There's a possibility that we could do that with the cordoned off scaffolding. Part of the problem with all of this mechanical stuff is that you cannot use a cherry picker or a crane or whatever to place the units on the rooftop while class is in session. Again, there's a bid differential of 10% on that because we are going off into year 3. So we don't know for sure, but we can't take a risk that prices are not going to escalate, so that's why that bid differential is in there. It might not happen, but we can't take that chance.
So you're only going to have a 1-year contract?
Yes.
The period will only be 1 year?
Correct.
That's why you have a bid differential in there?
Yep. Year 3 is the classroom ventilation for code compliance. That's the one that's non-FEMA for us. Again, we have applied a 10% bid differential because we don't know whether the money is going to be more costly or is it going to be cheaper at that particular point. Soft costs are what they are projected to be. And the owner's cost, if you, explaining what the owner's costs are, it's where no architectural plan, no structural engineer's plans are totally 100% what the client wants, what the owner wants. Oftentimes there's the need for an electrical socket or an outlet or whatever that needs to be moved. So that's a contingency that we've put in there by way of explanation. That's what owner's costs are. If we opt to move something because it's beneficial for the school district, for the building itself, that's about it. That's the total. Under that is the 1245 for a total of 39, which is rounded to 3950.
Thank you. Questions, comments from board members? Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And welcome back.
Yes.
This is like the project we keep talking about but can't get started, huh?
Yep.
So I just want to clarify some numbers for myself. So last February, the Board of Finance voted on a project that was 2.2 million, right? And we voted on it unanimously. That same scope, if we were voting on the same exact scope, what would that number be today? Do you understand? You know, Okay with the question? You understand the question? If we were voting on the same scope that we voted on back in February, what would that number be today?
That,
What would that number, what's the 2.2 million?
I can
So,
answer. I
so
don't-
I could tell you what you had back on August 2nd, what you said the number would be. Unless I'm reading it wrong.
we didn't have the alternate, or what you might have had back then as the alternates, is that what you're referring to?
No? Here's
No,
what I have.
I can answer your question. The answer to the question is, when we sat here in August, we gave you a $1.2 million number for the scope of the project. If you're asking what the number, what was included in the scope when it came before you, I think you said in February, I don't remember the exact timeline, but it was ventilation for the building, and it was the administrative work. It was not energy recovery.
Right. Okay, so I just have a question about your August 2nd number. Because the August 2nd number, you had three options. And option one was existing scope, the existing scope, which I took it to mean the original scope. And it says $3 million, $800,000 difference. Then it was contract for complete scope. Maybe I just need to clarify what that means then. So it's contract for existing scope and then contract for complete scope. What I want to do is just make sure, I just want to know what I'm voting on, what the difference is.
I can explain. That 800,000, when we were talking at the table about asking for an additional $800,000, that was to complete the administrative wing, and it would not include doing ventilation work. The number to do the full scope was the $1.2 million, which would include the ventilation work.
Well, it says on the existing scope for $3 million, it says ventilation improvements in the classroom and install ventilation in the gymnasium.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you want a copy?
That would be wonderful.
In other words, it included ventilation in the existing scope, from what I'm reading here.
Can we have copies of that?
Yeah, I can share, sure.
Thank you.
This
I
is
wanna
just,
make sure-
I'm just reading off what you handed out. in
Yeah,
August.
no, let me just look for a sec. Additional teaching space.
I already have it. There's two differences.
Yeah. There are.
I see the
It's
two
a little bit more than that, than I give you an extremely simplified answer. It has to do with the bidders, and how the bids came in, and the contractors, and how this would all work. And if you want, probably it would be prudent for me to have Twig Holland come up here and explain to you how the bidding process worked, and how this stuff came in, and how these things need to be awarded. Goes back to the Part A and Part B stuff.
I mean, one of the things I'm just trying to figure out is what, there's been a little bit of scope creep here, right?
This only scope creep has been the energy recovery. Your original bonding resolution that you guys signed off on was for ventilation in the building and work on the administrative wing. The bond council spoke at the last meeting and clarified that. The only thing that has been added that could be scope creep, so to say, is energy recovery.
All right, then, yeah, I don't understand what the existing scope is, what the contract for complete scope is. And because the way it reads is, look, you have existing funding, 2.2 million, correct? And then you have total project estimate, 3 million, for additional funding of 800,000.
There's been a whole host of things that have happened between the past meeting when we sat here and where we are today. And
I'm not trying to put it, I'm just trying to figure out what,
we
so
were-
what happened between, are these bids, were they not correct either?
let me have Twig explain how the awarding process needs to work on that, because she really can explain it a lot better than I can. But I can tell you in terms of scope creep, those are your words, not mine. The only thing that has been added to this project is energy recovery.
We could change scope creep from additional work being done.
That's fine, too.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Khan?
before we go to the bidding process and the effect of the bidding process on the changes in the numbers, could I interject and could I ask a question of bond counsel
Yes.
on these, as a follow-up to Mr. Brown's questions? And I guess when I read the document that we received in, I don't know when, it was in August.
August 2nd.
Option 1 and option 2, there's two differences. One's obvious, install energy recovery, which we've already gotten an answer on. And the other one, option 1 says install classroom ventilation improvements beginning in June 2012. Option 2 says install classroom ventilation improvements. Oh, no, I'm reading.
It's the next one.
It's the next one down, sorry. Option 1 talks about ventilation in the gym. Option 2 talks about the gym and the cafeteria. So I guess my question is, did the original bond resolution that we're being referred to, was it specific to where the ventilation was to be installed? Was it specific to the gym and/or cafeteria, or was it not?
The original bond resolution, as you will recall, the resolution itself was fairly broadly worded. However, in our opinion, as expressed at the last meeting, and I think part of the reason we're here, part of what was presented at that meeting was a report of the building committee that outlined the various work to be done at that point in time. And I have to tell you that that probably was somewhat of a mishmash of papers that talked about classroom additions, kitchen and ventilation, some gym and ventilation. I wouldn't say that the project scope was entirely clear. The reason we're back here is that once the building committee realized the scope of the project, clearly the initial resolution and the backup material contemplated the classroom additions, contemplated ventilation to the classroom additions, contemplated some kitchen work, contemplated some gym work, some ventilation. It's really not entirely clear whether it contemplated the ventilation in the gym, in the cafeteria. It was generally, the resolution was more generally worded. The reason we're back here is, and the reason this board is going to get to look at the whole project in our view again, is once the building committee realized the cost of the project, the suggestion was made at some point in time, can we do part of the project for the 2.2 and then come back for the rest later, so that they wouldn't even be here now? And in our view, the answer to that was no, because the project was more all-encompassing than what they were planning to do with the $2.2 million. So I don't mean to be obscure about your question, but I think the real answer is we're back here now because the scope was clearly larger than what the 2.2 would cover. And so I think this board, and obviously the RTM, has to decide what the scope of the project is and how much you want to spend on that.
Okay, so just to clarify that, so it was unclear specifically where the ventilation might take place, but it did not include the energy recovery system.
There was no, I did not see a mention in the original backup material of any energy recovery system.
Okay.
Although, I think as was explained last night, which I frankly was a bit confused myself, I think, and maybe it's a good question to ask, I think at this point, the energy recovery system seems to be integrated somewhat with the ventilation, and maybe the architects can answer that. The sense I got last night is some of that is the same equipment that's being used for the ventilation as also the energy recovery equipment.
Thank you.
Well, can I just follow, can I just ask?
You can.
Are we saying that from the original bonding resolution, $2.2 million, that we're not clear on what ventilation work was going to be done?
The original
and almost, Mr. Was it Special? You can answer that. I mean, do you remember what ventilation work was going to be done when you originally presented this project to us?
Initially, it was the classroom ventilation. Only.
Not the gym?
Not the gym?
No,
I
those
do
are
have-
add-
I
Those
have-
are add alternates. They were bid as add alternates.
I have a memo from Mr. Speciale dated January 24th, 2011, which would have been right before they came back, the building committee, I believe, came back to you. And it suggested that the adjustment would allow added completion of security and additional teaching, classrooms administration, kitchen renovation, alteration with 2 serving lines, classroom and gym ventilation and air quality improvements. So this would seem to indicate that what you were getting, if you went back to the background of this, is classroom and gym ventilation, but perhaps not the cafeteria ventilation, which is part of the project now.
Right. That's the difference. I mean, I think that's part of the difference between the original scope and what we're talking about now, and the energy saver. So I think there's 2 items. It's not just the energy saver is what I'm saying. It's additional ventilation. And, you know, I'm not judging it. I just want to know what was in the original scope. And it sounds like there was ventilation in the classroom and the gym, correct? I mean, in the classrooms? Yes, and in the gymnasium.
It says classroom and gym ventilation and air quality improvements.
Okay. So then that total project estimate was $3 million from last August, from a month ago. Not 3.4 is what I'm saying.
The options that you're referring to that were presented at the August 2011 meeting, it would seem that option 1 here, that was originally presented back then, contemplated classroom ventilation and gymnasium ventilation, but not cafeteria ventilation. That's what this document would seem to indicate.
Which is the original scope,
Which is the original, appears to be the original scope rolled forward.
Okay. For $3 million, not 3.4.
The experts on the costing would have to address that.
So there's more than, if you take the energy saver out of $400-some-odd-thousand, there's another $400,000 addition from the original scope, which sounds like it's the ventilation for the cafeteria.
I don't know if that number ties back to the spreadsheet that you have from Ms. Holland and from the building committee. Now, I mean, I can't really, they'd have to answer that question, but clearly there are some differences there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bolito? And then we will get into the bid process, but I want to make sure, and this is relevant to that
Yes,
topic.
on the
And
specific
Mr. DeWitt
point.
after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That January 24, 2011 memo that you referred to, in the memo from Mr. Special, it included the classroom and gym ventilation. If you look at the Turner itemized estimate, they had the gym ventilation as an alternate. So basically what I'm seeing is that they added the gym ventilation alternate into the scope of the original $2.2 million. Is that accurate? Am I reading that right?
I think that's probably more appropriately addressed to the building committee.
It was your memo, Mr. Special, so I guess I'll ask you.
There was some confusion about ventilating in the kitchen area, which it is ventilating, but it's only, it's not really due to use for the improvement of quality for breathing purposes. It was the ventilating of the fumes from the.
Because you have the kitchen renovation and alterations?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
With 2 serving lines. That does not specifically say ventilation. So am I to understand that number 2 in this memo is just a renovation and alteration with the additional serving line, but does not include the ventilation for the kitchen? Would that be an accurate statement?
No, the ventilation for the kitchen is included.
All right, so that was included in number 2?
Yes.
So basically, you added the 2 alternates, those being the gym and the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Brown, in terms of the breakdown of the ventilation with this current bid, the current proposal, if you look at the spreadsheet, the second page where they have the bid analysis, I'm looking at the bottom where they have broken out energy recovery, cafeteria ventilation, and gym ventilation, and classroom ventilation. If you look at the mean, which is, basically, halfway between the bids, they got the CAF at 240,742, they got the gym at 261,149, and they got the classroom at 941,503, and I added that up to be a total of approximately $1.4 million. Is that correct, Mr. Special?
Yep.
Okay, so that part of it at least has been broken down.
Mr. DeWitt?
I don't know if I want to hear about the bid process. I want to understand what energy recovery is. So I don't know if it's better to do the bid process first or understand what energy recovery means.
Well, the energy recovery is energy recovery is quickly explained. What it does is it takes the heated air, and rather than venting it out of the building and taking in new air completely and heating it up, you take a combination of some of the already heated air, you mix it with some ambient air, and then you reuse that, and through a system of impellers, if you will, bring it back down into the classroom. So what you're doing is
And it's recovering energy
recovering.
how?
It's recovering.
How is it recovering energy? Because you don't have to spend as much energy to
Correct.
heat the air?
Exactly right.
So it's a heat function only?
Right.
It doesn't do anything in the summer?
No, and in the summer, it actually will removes humidity from the air. So, and,
Removes humidity?
yes. And during the winter, it adds humidity.
It adds humidity?
Yes.
So it's a humidifier, dehumidifier,
Correct.
and an air exchanger?
Correct.
An ambient air exchanger?
Right. And this item has to be ordered beforehand. You cannot order that, you can't just order the air handling system without having and then add the energy recovery at a later date. You have to order that mechanical equipment because it comes as one component, one unit.
And there's one per 2 classrooms, is that what you said?
Correct.
And how much energy are we really recovering? I mean, what's it's
I spoke to-
$126,000, right?
Yeah.
400,000.
Sorry, it's $400,000 with the delay. When do we repack? What
I
does it
spoke,
save
I
pretty much a year?
reconfirmed that figure with the engineer, IES, who was the mechanical design engineer, just did it again today. And he assured me that the recovery is, well, we can never be sure exactly what the temperature is going to be in any one given year, but he said 5-6 years is what should be expected.
5 to 6 years recovery time.
Right.
On the 126.
Yes.
So that on the 400,
That sounds
it's,
like 15 years,
it's
Yeah,
15
correct.
years.
It'd be more like you're
15
saying, yeah.
years. Based on oil the way it is today, and, is it oil?
No, it's natural gas.
And what's the delta cost of the ventilation system if we don't have the energy recovery system? It must go down.
It does go down, yes. What we don't have is a real good hand, if you take a look at the bidders that we got for the ventilation, and you discount the highest and the lowest bidders, and one of the bids was 211,000, which you can see on this over here, which is, there's, I rechecked the price of the equipment. The equipment basically is going to cost approximately $500,000. So that figure is way, way off, at 211. The real figure is someplace around $800,000.
For the ventilation system with the
Energy
energy
recovery,
recovery.
right.
And without the energy recovery, 700,000? I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's got to be more than,
The-
it's got to be more than $126,000.
Yes, it is more than that, yes.
Call it $600,000.
The figure that's probably closest to accurate is 250 or 260 for the gym and 250 for the, or 260 for the APR room.
Savings. So we take out the energy recovery system, we not only drop $400,000, we drop the cost of the ventilation in the classrooms, which is $941,000. That's fair, right? It's got a double benefit. You take out the energy recovery, then the ventilation systems for the classrooms, because this is all you're talking about is in classrooms. You're not,
Right.
I'm assuming you're not going to do this in the gym, correct?
Do what?
You're not going to do the energy recovery in the
No,
gym.
those units in the gym and the cafeteria are with energy recovery.
Oh, so even better. So we take energy recovery out, we get a benefit in every one of your ventilation systems.
Yeah, but I don't know what the cost is.
That would be a nice number to have. Be a nice number to know what you could really fit into 2.2 million.
I don't know, perhaps the architect has an idea what that figure is.
Is that you?
Come on down.
Come on up.
You weren't offering, so I wasn't sure.
My name is George Wiles, Wiles Architects. I know it's late, and
We got all night.
you really need to get a crash course in energy recovery because we're wandering way off the path. So let's talk about the energy recovery of the classroom, how that works. How we're going to improve the energy, how we're going to improve the air quality and ventilation in the classrooms is that we're going to put rooftop equipment on top of the roof that's going to service 2 classrooms, and we're going to exhaust air, and we're going to introduce fresh air as the temperature of the room rises up. So, and we're also going to monitor the carbon monoxide of the room, so that after that has been overbreathed, then we introduce more fresh air. When we introduce that fresh air comes in at 0. Just take the coldest day. It comes in, because it's an easy number to add. Sure. It comes in at 0. Well, we've got to bring that from 0 to 70 degrees. To do that, we need BTUs. So for the time being, let's not talk about money, let's talk about BTUs. If we don't have an energy recovery system, and that's if there's any engineers on the board, that's the new way of looking at energy recovery and evaluating it, is not by cost, but by energy. Because who thought a year ago we'd be looking at, gas at $4 a gallon? So fossil fuels expensive. Right now we're enjoying natural gas is reasonable, but it's probably going to go the same way that all fossil fuels are going. So BTUs, if we don't recover the energy that we're using to bring that from 0 to 70, we're just going to take that air and exhaust it into the atmosphere. What we do is we take that air out of the classroom. Before we exhaust it into the atmosphere, we extract. The air comes now out of the classroom higher than 70, maybe 80. The air comes in at 0. We interface those with a mechanism, air-to-air flywheel, and we warm that air up so that it costs. We take the BTUs out rather than throwing them away. We reuse them again, and it goes into the classroom. That's the energy. That's how the energy recovery system works. The energy recovery component is on the classrooms, and on the gymnasium, and on the cafeteria. The building committee knew they were facing budgetary concerns. They broke out these alternates. Unfortunately, when it came to choice to cut the baby in half, the King Solomon, the building committee knew the need of the building, knew they had a limited amount of money, and has been trying and working very hard to achieve the essential needs of the school. We're not talking frivolous needs, we're talking air to the classrooms, air to the cafeteria, and air to the gymnasium. And if you've ever been at the school during lunch period, and we generate 3.4 BTUs per hour, or whatever it is, I forget what the number is. Well, you can imagine what what small children, high energy, generate. Those rooms heat up very, very fast. And so that's the lesson in energy recovery. The other item that we have to take a look at is that everybody's identifying the incremental costs at $400,000, which we had this discussion at the last building committee. And we need to just take a look at that $400,000 and what that $400,000 consists of. $126,000 is for the classroom energy recovery. In addition to that, the purchasing department wisely has recommended bid differentials in year 3. That's another component. In addition to that, the two bidders taking the lower number in option number 1, the two bidders have acknowledged in the scope review that their bid was for Part A, the classroom, the energy recovery for the classroom ventilation, the classroom ventilation was wrong. The mean bids averaged around $900,000, and what we discovered in our scope review of the 3 lowest bidders, that the actual cost of just the equipment for the classroom ventilation was $650,000 without installation. And one of the bidders was kind enough to share the quote from the manufacturer that we actually specified. So now we know the true value of that equipment. And I think what the building committee thought in their judgment and in their deliberations was that to start off and take option number 1 with either contractor, one admitting a $600,000 error, carrying $200,000 for that, and the other one admitting a $300,000 error, was not a good choice to start off with in facing the fact that we really don't have a lot of options when we're facing a FEMA cap of $1.9 million. That drove them to the decision that we should move to the next option, which is to push that off into year 3. So just saying it's a nice soundbite to say the energy recovery is costing $400,000, but an analysis and a little in-depth understanding of the baseline bids are erroneous because we've already know that the two contractors have admitted an error, and it only will honor the Part A classroom ventilation if they take A and B.
So let me get this straight. Our first $2.2 million was based on erroneous information, and you just said the next 2 bids that we have are based on erroneous information. But trust us, we got it right with the third one for $3.9 million.
Yeah.
That's the soundbite.
That's the soundbite, yes. Thank you.
So don't say the soundbite's of $400,000. You just sat here and said, please approve this on erroneous bids.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I think we just heard that you said
I think
that.
you said
No,
the equipment
I-
was $600,000 without installation, which is $1 million.
No, but what I said was the option number 1, which are the lower bids, to go with option 2, which is the $400,000 higher than option 1.
But my basic question, maybe we don't even need to talk bids for 1 second. If we didn't put in the energy recovery, and I don't understand the physics, because you'd have to, if you totally evacuated the room of all the air at 80 degrees and filled it with 0 degrees, I'd be with you with the BTUs, but, you know, you evacuate half the air, you know, it's not a perfect mix, right? You're saving some delta T. I get the BTU discussion.
Agree.
I get the BTU
Right.
discussion.
I'm just using an example to try to bring it into focus.
Totally with it. If we don't put in the energy recovery, the cost of the basic ventilation system, which I am not debating, right, is going to go down. It's a given, right? You have a system that you're going to plug something into. Usually the system, the bare system, would cost less if you didn't plug something into it.
The cost of the classroom ventilation system at whatever that number is, that bid, the energy recovery was bid as an alternate, so we know what that cost is. If you choose not to buy it, you choose not to buy it. Similar with...
Okay, so I'm wrong. So the base ventilation system doesn't change if we get energy recovery or not.
The base bid. I mean, for that alternate.
Ventilation bid doesn't change whether we put...
It doesn't. And that number, we broke it down and isolated so that it was classroom ventilation, energy recovery, gymnasium, cafeteria. So we have an actual number for every one of those items. So by not
Except
taking...
for the gym, because that's built into the number you said.
That's correct. But not, if you don't take the energy recovery, the classroom ventilation number doesn't change.
So it really is 400,000, well, it sounds like 600,000. That the bids were erroneous.
No, the analysis of the 400,000, how do you get to 400,000 when the energy recovery cost is 126? I tried to take you through those steps. What makes up the 400,000? It's not, how do we go from 126 up to 400,000? It's the bidding in the third year, the correction of the bids that were bid for the classroom ventilation that are being used as the baseline number to get us to the 400,000.
So if this number turned into 3.5, you'd get everything you need except for energy recovery. Given the fact that we are possibly dealing with
I don't have
erroneous
the, I don't have the
bids that got to
spreadsheet in front of me. If I had the spreadsheet in front of me.
Well, it's 3.94.
3.9.
3.95. That's what the.
Right,
that's what the-
3.9, I knew that number,
So-
sorry. 3.9,
If we
3.9.
took that number to 355, you would get everything you want except energy recovery.
No, at the 3.9,
Yeah.
you're all in.
No.
No, he
You
said
know
if you
listen,
take the 395 to 345,
Oh, the 345?
or 355, sorry,
355.
my
Oh, three- oh,
apologies.
three-
I said
oh,
wrong.
355.
Take the
That-
355, you get everything you want except energy recovery, even with your erroneous bids, possible erroneous bids.
Yeah, you move forward without energy recovery, that's correct.
You still not answering me. For $3.5 million, you get everything you need except energy recovery.
Except energy recovery, except it's a risky project because you're starting out with two bidders, one has the incentive to want to make up a significant amount of money, and you don't have the luxury to make that up because you're on the ceiling with 1.9, the FEMA
I'm getting
cap.
the feeling 3.45 doesn't feel too secure to me. Sounds like we're going to go back and say, hey, bidder A, I'm going to take energy recovery out. Oh, this is a carte blanche for me to redo my bid proposal to some other new number. That's not representative of the real number of the material. That's where your risk is, right? People are going to come back and.
I can report to you that during the scope meeting, both those bidders said that they would do Part A and Part B for their combined number. They would not change their bid.
At 3.9. So we would have to put out 3.9 to get this one-time.
Well,
rate
no, they
deal.
wouldn't change their bid at 3.5.
At 3.5, they wouldn't change their bid. They said, during the scope,
I missed that part. Okay.
and what I'm saying to
Okay.
you is that is a project that launches out with risk because those two bidders have acknowledged that they're,
The bids are wrong.
The bids are wrong. That's
That's what they're announcing.
3.5 at risk.
they said they
3.9
bid,
is just less risk.
they acknowledged they misbid Part A, but they,
Voting on here.
Who are we getting these bids from?
He's saying that the bids are erroneous.
I don't know who we're getting these.
Yeah, Mr. Walsh actually, who's ex officio, had his hand up. Can I recognize him first, and then I'll go to you?
What I don't understand is,
Please come up to the mic, Mr. Walsh. Thank you.
Mr. Weil, what I don't understand, what I just heard is it's really disconcerting. You just said that we have two bidders who have screwed up their bids, and now you're saying that they had the incentive to make back their money by basically screwing us? Is that what you're saying? I mean, what are you saying? That they're going to rip us off to make back their money? I mean, please explain that.
I don't think I said they were going to screw us, but what I did say was that in my experience over a long period of time working in public work, is that there is no free lunch in our business, and if someone has acknowledged an error of that significance, it's my obligation to tell the owner, you're launching out on a project that is risky.
Do we need to rebid this? I mean, what?
You had,
Mr. Cherry, I will get you, but
Yeah,
I'm
you
going to
had
go to
to-
Mr.
Hang on, I have two basic questions, one comment, one question. This discussion started with Mr. Brown, who I thought very accurately and eloquently framed the first question, which we have yet to get a real answer, which was, we approved a $2.2 million request that had a scope, by definition. In fact, I think it's option one, I'm sorry to lose track here, which, as far as I could tell, simply doesn't have the energy recovery and doesn't have the ventilation in the APR, if I'm reading this right.
Yeah.
And the question he asked you guys was, with the knowledge that there was problems with the bidding, so with proper bids, how much would that job cost today? And we haven't gotten that answer. And I think that's one.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
I just want to go on the record now because, and I don't know the answer to your question in terms of the money. I'll turn that over to the chairman. When I left the meeting from the Board of Finance, and the ruling that I heard from the bond council was that building ventilation was included. I didn't know anything about this memo that says security and additional teaching, classroom administration, kitchen renovation alternating with 2 serving lines, classroom and gym ventilation with air quality improvements.
I don't know what
So-
sheet you're looking at.
Which memo? That's the January?
The one from, to the first selectman from the chairman of the building committee.
That was part of the packet at the February meeting.
So, and I didn't present in February. I wasn't aware of this. So I left with the impression, because this was not discussed at the August meeting, that the full scope of the project included building ventilation. I think you raise a valid point. If you read this memo, it looks like the full scope of the project involves the things that are listed here, which are security and additional teaching, classroom administration, kitchen renovation alternations with 2 serving lines, classroom and gym ventilation and air quality improvements. Maybe, I'm not an attorney, you could say that the air quality improvements could involve the APR. I don't know the answer to that. But I just want to clarify, when I answered the question, where did I think maybe you could call scope creep? And I answered energy efficiency, energy recovery. That's why I answered it that way. I was not aware of this memo that existed that did not speak to cafeteria ventilation. In terms of numbers, I'm going to defer to the committee chair.
I appreciate that, Pam. What's really concerning to me, and I think I'm getting this vibe from the board, is that, and with all due respect, because I've served on committees like this, and it's tough work, I just don't feel like we have a full understanding of what we're doing here, to be perfectly honest. And I mean, we can't even get an answer to actually, now it's even gotten worse. My first question was, how much would it cost to do what we thought we were approving last time? Now we don't even know exactly what we approved last time. That's number one. And number two, I would say 2A and 2B. 2A, I say, is that without question, I think that we need to establish a scope and rebid the project. And 2B would be that I think that this concern that people bring up about the 90-day business is totally irrelevant. We're in a deflationary environment. The economy is very poor. Unemployment is very high. The chances of bids going up are almost impossible. So I would just say that as a comment.
Unless they were erroneous to start with.
Well, no matter what, I would like to echo what Mr. Walsh said, or I think implied. I'm not interested in using a contractor that gave us an erroneous bid, now says they'll honor it, and then I think that you, sir, are making a fair point that they do have an incentive to cut corners or do something in order to not go broke. So, so make that 2C.
Right.
Okay. But I'm just saying, this thing is not even close to being ready to be voted on or approved.
But what's
I don't even know what I'd be voting on, to be perfectly
Yes.
honest.
To my question, Mr. Brockfeld's question, back to you, right? Pam Pam asked you to answer the question. What is the number of the original scope of work now? 2.2 to what? If we were going to do that same project, what is the number?
If we were going to do the same project,
That we voted on in February, what is the number?
well,
Do you know what the scope was back in February? Because if you don't, you can't answer the question.
Yeah, you gotta speak into the mic.
Sorry. Do you know what the original scope was? If you don't, you can't answer the question.
As I recall, it didn't have alternates, two of the alternates in it.
All right, so the answer is, right, we're not sure. Okay, thank you.
I want to recognize Ms. Stenick because she's been standing patiently, and please, Chair.
Originally, the building committee put together a list of the things they felt they needed. Because of the FEMA problems, they cut that way back, and they kept putting things into add alternates. When they went out to bid, the bids still came back too high. So that's when this thing started to be separated into two parts and what they could do, and at that point in time, they looked back at the add alternates that they had in there. Some of the people who bid had alternates listed in their bid. Because they're cutting it into two parts, the first part, let me go back, because Tuesday night, apparently, the board picked one of these two options. They picked the one that you're looking at. I don't think you have the other option there, the one from number one. You may have heard things about it, but if you don't have it and you don't have all the other bids that were there, then it doesn't all come together. And I can tell you that the one that comes out to 3.9, the first half of that is an actual bid. The second half, they used the mean of all the other bids as an estimate so they knew they could get the project done. They added back in some add alternates that they had before. So when you're looking at this, the reason that they chose the one with a higher first half is because, or excuse me, the lower first half was because, so the lower first, now I don't have the sheet in front of me. The lower first half was so that they'd have $300,000 to play with, thank you. $300,000 to play with in case they found something that was wrong when they were doing the construction, because this project has gone over an extended period of time for no real good reason other than they've been jumping around FEMA. So, and one of the things that happened along the way is they spoke to, they had some changes in, when they spoke to Jim Wendt, they found out there were some things they could include as soft costs, which they could reduce from the FEMA number, and so that helped them to get the project started and keep it going. So this is an attempt to try to get air into this building. If you've gone into these classrooms, I'm the last person to tell you to start improving the buildings beyond, normal expectations. But I have stood in the classrooms, and I can tell you can barely breathe in there. They have altered the way the ventilation had been in that building from the beginning. So if I was there in that school, which I wasn't, but if I was in that school when I was a kid, they would have had fans that were venting air into the room. Those are no longer there. You go in that room, and with the door shut, I swear to God, the windows were open. It was like I was starting to have an anxiety attack, and I don't get anxiety attacks about that. So it's really hard to breathe in there. So this is an attempt they picked the one that they felt was the most appropriate. They added the add-ons back in that they thought were appropriate. They're not excessive if you look at the list of them, and I really think they're necessary. So I hope that explains a little bit better why they picked the one they picked and why they're trying to explain this to you. And some of the reasons that the numbers are going up is because the contingencies are based on a higher number when they're using the means. So that's bringing things up along the way. So that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Stein. Mr. DeWitt.
I'm sympathetic to the air movement, because North Stratfield School, where my children go, we're in the exact same situation. I'm on the Tools for Schools committee. I'm looking to write all the mothers now. And Tools for Schools tells us to open the doors, all right, which is not a solution. I'm with you. I'm with you on this ventilation system, okay? Proved it. What you're telling us, though, going back to our discussion earlier tonight, that now you're telling us that we have a bunch of numbers in front of us that are not even supported with bids. They're a median number, but by the way, of probably low and high erroneous numbers. So believe me, this has nothing to do with the children at Sherman School. This has everything to do with the fact that we can't come to a number that like you said, I sat here in February, we all voted on it. It was unanimous. We can't even figure out what that same number was. And I'll tell you another thing. I remember this. I asked the principal of the school, what do you need? Exactly what do you need? Because when the other architect came in here, we're at $5 million. They were adding stuff left and right. And the principal, I think the principal's list is exactly that list that's on that memo. And that was 2.2. What is that number today? With the ventilation for the kids, I'm totally on board. Give me that number, I'm ready to vote on it. I have no faith that it's 3 million or that it's not still at 2.2.
Well, you should have no faith. They have to go back out to bid for that second part, and they were trying to use a number that was somewhat realistic, which is why they pulled the mean numbers from the other bids that they had before, dropping off the ones that were low, I believe.
$2.2 million. They have $2.2 million. Why can't we go out for bid now?
Because it's a year from now when they're going to be doing the work. They can't go out to bid now. It doesn't, they have to finish the work they have and wait a year from the CO to be able to do the second half.
You just told me they have to go back out for bid.
Yes, they do. Not for the first part, that's done. For the second half, they have to go out to bid, and there has to be a year's time before they can do the work because of the FEMA regulations.
So we're going to drop $4 million before this is all done because we're waiting a year for FEMA.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they used, the numbers they used, I'm trying to explain to you why they used the numbers they used, because that was explained to us yesterday. That's all I'm trying to explain. It doesn't mean they're going to use all that money, but that's a number they felt comfortable they could get the job done in that time frame. And
It also doesn't mean they're not going to use more of this money.
well, you know what? Anytime you have bids, you can, I mean, how many times have things actually cost what they cost?
Mr. Stone.
Sad state of affairs.
No, it's not a sad state, but FEMA makes this even more difficult than any other project we've done. I'm just trying to explain to you how come they're doing what they're doing. That's all I'm trying to explain.
Thank you.
First of all, I have no confidence in these bids. And I don't know how you can take a bid and worry about it 3 years from now. Those companies might not even be in business, and then we're committed. And it's just, to me, this whole project is just...
Those, 3 years from, that portion that's bid later on,
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to submit it to companies that are in business.
All right, but we don't even know what the amount's going to be.
All right, let's just get your sheet out again, okay? Year one, $1,480,000, okay? That will, and it tells you the items that you're going to get. Teaching, administration, kitchen spaces, all right? That figure is a hard figure from Secondino Construction. We could give that to Secondino and have that job start within probably less than a month. All those figures there are hard, we will have no problem doing this first year worth of construction, and we fully expect to come in under that figure. FEMA is telling us that we have to wait a year because that's their rules when you have that $2 million cap that we have to live with. After that's done, we can go and rebid the project again. We would have to rebid it. There's no carryover to any contractor on anything that remains to be done. What we've done is we've just taken averaging of the bids that we have from responsible contractors, and we've added more money to them. The 3.9 is the maximum that we could ever spend on this project.
Can I ask a question before I go to Mr. Walsh? Which are the two bids? I'm sorry, Ms. Leclerc, did I miss you? There was comments made about there were errors in two of the bids. Which were the contractors with the errors in the bids?
The THP and Salty.
Throw them out. Don't use their numbers.
I don't disagree.
So THP and Salzy had errors in their bids.
Yep.
May I refine that statement?
Sure.
When we conducted the scope review with Salsi Contracting, A. Secondino and Son, and Tomlinson, Hawley, and Patterson, the gentleman from Salsi Contracting acknowledged that he had clearly made an error in his bid. He also stated that he would do the work for the $1.9 million bid. However, he could not do Part A independent of Part B. He could do both parts, and he could do it as he bid. When we met with Tomlinson, Hawley, and Patterson, it was acknowledged that some of the costs for the classroom ventilation work from the subcontractors, the trades, the mechanical guys, the electricians, plumbers, whomever, some of those costs, which should have been carried in the classroom ventilation work, were also in the addition and renovation work. So again, they have confirmed that they will hold that number. They can do this work for the $2.2 million bid, but they cannot do Part A without doing Part B. We also did a scope review with A. Secondino and Son because they were the lowest bidder on the addition and renovation space only. He's confirmed that his numbers for all his bids are accurate, that they're all discrete. There is no cross-pollination or nothing in the other number. And he can do the work for the $1.5 million, rounding it up, that he bid. So we're not saying that the bid from Salsi or THP are wrong. We're saying that their bids contain irregularities. And
Their bids contain conditions
Their
on
bids
how the work
contains-
needs
yes,
to be completed.
on how they need to be completed.
Which is different than erroneous. It's just conditions on how they need to be
Exactly.
completed.
So they can both do the work as they've bid, but they cannot do the two different aspects of the work independent of the other.
Okay.
And because some of the addition and renovation work is FEMA, the classroom ventilation is code compliant.
What is it? And that means that it doesn't go into the total for the FEMA number?
Right.
That's correct.
Right.
Yes.
Oh.
It is, because the ventilation in the classrooms is so poor that,
Really? So what about this? Ventilation's the big problem. 940,000, call it $1 million. 1.9 for year one, $1 million extra, right? The non-FEMA compliant, you still haven't breached your number yet. You walk out of here with $3 million. And you don't get your energy efficient or your ventilation in the APR.
Goes all the way back to what Mr. Brown.
It is. This is the next thing I was going to say. We could have done this 2 hours ago. But that's it. It's your original number. That's probably where you got your original number from. 1.9 plus, call it $1 million. It's not FEMA. It doesn't have anything to do with FEMA, right? That 940. Am I
No.
too simplistic? Get the ventilation you want. I keep hearing the ventilation is the most important thing, but yet it's the last thing you guys do. You do it 3 years. Half the kids in that school won't be in that school when the ventilation comes in. But we're so worried about breathing that air.
and we,
Go first.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
We actually looked at a number of different options. One of the options that we looked at was doing the ventilation work first and doing the addition and renovation work a couple of years from now. And one of the problems that we kept encountering was bidding and developing the costs for what we believe are reasonable costs in doing our alternatives analysis was the fact that we've got at least a one-year gap between projects. And the bids that we have now are not usable when we go to actually do the work starting in 2013.
But
And that's a concern.
if you give this work to Secondino, this is the guy that you have at 1.9, right? 1.48. and you roll up the
1.4.
cost.
Mhm.
His bid for the classroom ventilation and all that stuff up top is 2,374. Sounds like you'd save money. 2, 3, maybe not.
The problem with
He'd
that.
do it in the same year. Move the non-FEMA stuff up to the first year, force him to do this work in 1 year, and have knocked that 2.3 down. That's his bid if he's got to do it in 2 different years, right?
No, that's for the same year.
That's the same year?
Yes. He's
Mr.
not the
DeWitt.
lowest bidder.
What I think I'm hearing, and I'm agreeing with, is that, and I think we've glossed over something here, what the committee has done in the, when they discovered that there was some different rules regarding FEMA than we originally thought, is they expanded the scope of the project. Right? They added ventilation for the APR and the energy recovery. That's what's driving this whole thing to be split into a two-part project. It sounds to me like if we simply did the scope, as Mr. Brown pointed out, that we originally approved at 2.2, which, by the way, the parents begged us to approve, and we did.
Right.
We could do this at a cost we can live with and in a much more timely fashion.
This year.
Well, I don't want to speak
Well, that's
like.
what they said,
Yeah.
starting in October.
Yeah.
That's what the slide says,
And,
starting in
and I think, yeah, approximately that number, right. Yeah, 2.9 or 3 million, right. And that goes all the way back to what Mr. Brown asked, the very first question is, how much would it cost to do the scope of what everybody said we needed and we approved? And instead, we've been ladled on with extra stuff, and that has not only increased the cost, but incredibly increased the time that it would take to do the job.
Particularly the ventilation piece.
Exactly. And
That's all everybody's
and there's
talking
there's
about,
a simple,
ventilation.
there's a simple,
Right?
there's no further, I mean, there's a simple solution here.
Are the facts as we just laid them out?
It's an interesting concept. The issue is the ventilation to the cafeteria and the gymnasium cannot be done until 1 year following the completion of the addition.
Why?
Forget that for right now.
Why is that?
Because we're bumping up against the FEMA number for year one. We have to wait 1 year.
Okay, but could it be done for $3 million?
No,
No.
that's not what we're saying.
Okay, so in other words, that's the stuff that we're saying, that's the extra that wasn't in the original scope,
Right?
right?
Why is the answer no? It's yes.
No.
It was the classrooms and the gymnasium.
Right.
That's it.
Right, well, what did you just say? Did you just say the gymnasium?
The cafeteria and the gymnasium are required to be within the FEMA limit.
Okay.
We don't do that work. We don't do that work. $3 million covers all the other stuff and the classroom ventilation. Forget about year 3. You're still compliant to your FEMA at 1.9 plus 950,000. That doesn't go against the big number. So 3 million gets you done with year 1. You want to come back for year 3?
And it gets you the
It's-
ventilation in the classrooms, and it gets you all the other things. What you don't get is the ventilation in the gymnasium and the
Or the
cafeteria.
cafeteria.
And let's not forget,
But-
there's already ventilation in
I
the
just
gym.
point the original scope had the ventilation.
Right?
That's
It was
correct.
2.2.
Already ventilation in the gym, so we're not taking away ventilation or
We're not taking away
we're
ventilation.
not taking away anything.
No, it includes the ventilation
Not
in the
great.
gym. It's only the
What, but you're just saying it doesn't.
Right.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You had mentioned that it wouldn't include the ventilation for the gym or the cafeteria.
The $3 million?
Yeah.
That's correct. Because that work can't be done, we would have to completely rebid that work 2 years from now.
That's not code work, only the classrooms.
Only the classrooms are code work, and that's what we keep tripping up against. And, you know, as Sherry mentioned with the compliance work. One of the options, I mean, if it's just been mentioned, suggested. If the bonding resolution will support it, or a change in the bonding resolution will support it, one of the options certainly could be to do only the classroom, to do only the addition that could start now, and as part of the FEMA project, do the classroom ventilation next summer as part of the code compliance.
No.
Any,
Same time.
we can't do the classrooms in an occupied space.
Oh, I'm with you, all right.
So that
bunch of
has,
money.
yes,
Time, I get
yes.
it. All right.
That has to be done, it can't be started any sooner than the close of school 2012.
Awesome.
So, and any further work for, that means you would not get any energy recovery equipment. Any further work for ventilation for the classroom and the APR would have to be a separate funding request and.
Sorry, not for the.
Gymnasium, I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
Gymnasium and the
Oh my gosh,
APR.
I'm
That's
getting
where
so
you keep
confused.
confusing
Yeah,
me.
I am.
Yeah.
For the gymnasium and the APR would be a separate funding request, and I don't know how the bonding thing works.
Bonding
That's,
resolution's
Did
gonna
you wanna-
spec out-
did you have
gonna
something you
spec out every freaking detail. Oh, no, I'm telling you right now.
Careful.
Because you know what? No one, bond counsel wasn't here when we signed the 2.2. They're gonna be here when we signed the 3 million. It's gonna say line, 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 line. Because you yourself said tonight, this was so broadly written that even you can't interpret what we signed up to last time.
Well, these are normally broadly written because if you put every single detail here, if the project did change over time, it is normal for a board such as yours to generally say what they want. And this was generally contemplated to be a renovation. Obviously, the reason we're back here is because the work can't be done within what was originally approved. So perhaps the scope was unclear, but I think it was not necessarily unclear in the resolution. I think it might have been unclear in what people were really asking for at the time.
I don't know that they're any different. Aren't they the exact same thing?
Yeah, I think so.
We sat in this room, February 8th, 2011, we all knew exactly what the hell we were bidding on. I swear to God, because I was here. And today, we all don't know. I didn't even write it down. I wish I had.
Right here, you got it.
Oh, you got it. Oh, there you go. We can't back it up with anything legal, no?
Did you, Mr. Sastrom,
That night.
you did want to come up to the table to address something, so please do.
Well, I think where Ms. Holland was going is if you go, and the building committee would have to vet these numbers, but I think following the discussion and where she was going is that if you look at the plan as outlined on the sheet here, that the numbers sheet, there are a number of them.
Yes, that's correct.
I think that,
Pager, okay, thank you.
my review of this would seem to me that the teaching administrative kitchen space renovation and addition, which was clearly contemplated by the original resolution, could be done within the existing resolution for $2.2 million, okay? And again, that's the reason we're here, because once you went to the ventilation part, it took it past the 2.2 million. If then this board has valid bids for the code compliance work, which can be, and by the way these numbers are laid out, for the addition, which is the FEMA work, you'll see that the FEMA eligible costs there are under the $2 million, which would, so that FEMA would not be implicated if the numbers are correct. Okay, so the 2.2 would get you that under the existing resolution. If you then think it's important to do the classroom ventilation, which seems to be a code compliance issue, that could be done at the same time as this because you don't have the FEMA issue, and it looks like that could be done for some number, again, vetted between $700,000 and $800,000, which does get you back to the $3 million number. What I'm then hearing is that the other work, which was going to not be done till 3 years out, needs to be bid probably anyway. So the question, I think, to the board and the building committee is, do you authorize them to do the work that you think needs to be done, the additions, the renovation, and the classroom ventilation, understanding that when they understand better the scope of what the cost of the gym and the cafeteria and the energy improvements, if they want the energy improvements are, they will come back to you for an additional bonding resolution. You could decide whether to do that part of the project or not do that part of the project. So that is a possible solution.
And by the way, the benefit to the school of that
Get the work done.
is they get the ventilation in the classrooms 2 years earlier than they would under this current proposal, correct?
So you could just, you got 2.2 million, you can go do whatever you want. And if-
Well, no, if you get,
No.
you would raise it to 3.
They need something, by rough numbers, you'd have to vet the numbers, they need something roughly around $3 million to do the event, the
So
rent.
you'd have to you'd have to adjust
The
the
$2.2 million
scope of the
resolution to
project
$3
within the
million and
resolution.
clarify, I would suggest we want to clarify the scope.
Right, you would clarify the scope of the resolution, you would up the increase to $3 million. You would say that the pleasure of the board is to do these items, including the classroom ventilation, get it all done as quickly as you can, and then, once that FEMA clock is done ticking, right, in a year or so, you can address the other ventilation work that you've identified and rebid that out as part of a separate project.
What I was understanding, which I maybe
just saying.
didn't understand last night, and I'm not sure everybody else did, what I'm understanding Selectwoman Stenick to say and Ms. Holland to say is that future work needs to be bid again anyway.
That is what it says here.
The question is going to be what the number's going to be to
Of
do that
course,
work.
you'd have to, you don't know what that number's going to be. That's a very valid point. But quite frankly, we don't know what that number's going to be now.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
The 3.9
I mean-
is just as gray.
Made
It's
some
just as-
assumptions to develop,
Well, yeah, but.
Right.
analyze all the options.
You have a
Mr. Tetro's
valid
Mr.
bid
Tetra?
from
I'm going to give up my
Mr.
seat to the
Second
first
Deal
selectman.
for both those projects. And he hasn't come back to you and said that there's any problem with his bid.
He is not,
He isn't what, I don't even want to go any further than that. He has not come back and said there's nothing wrong with my $2.374 million bid. And that is the entire scope of work, what we're talking about right now.
He is,
Right.
with the 4.8.
that is correct.
Entire scope, what we originally agreed to do.
The only point I'm concerned about is the gym.
There's other stuff under here.
It's the gym. I want to go to Mrs. Leclerc before I go to Mr. Tetro, because she's been waiting patiently, so Mrs. Leclerc, please.
I think most of my questions have been answered, but I do have one, and that is, with the timing of the schedule, is there amounts factored in that, for like phased in, that if we did it more during the summer? And also, like, because it was going to be done in the winter, if the project got put towards the summer, is there an extra cost to that we can take out because if we do it all at one time?
Basically, there's no difference. Years ago, there used to be a difference between winter and summer construction. There's not a lot of price differential between the fact that you're working in cold weather and hot weather.
What about like an occupied construction versus like doing it mostly during the summer? There's no
The
cost.
one thing that, by this particular program that you're talking about right now, is that we will not have to, we could probably eliminate some of the bid differential.
Right.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tetro, you had something you wanted to say, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify a couple of numbers. I'm looking at the, actually, from last night was the option 2 sheet, but I think it's the same sheet as was handed in as the recommended option tonight. It's got the 148 with 222,000 of contingency for the total FEMA amount. It's got some soft costs, some project costs, getting down to 1.9.
Yep.
So that's kind of option 1. One of the benefits there, and I don't want to underestimate this in importance, is that FEMA number is 1.7. That's $300,000 away from the cap. two things happen if we break that cap or come close to it. If we break it, we've got a much more extensive work we have to do because we have to bring the building up to all the codes. And kind of FEMA's the law. There's no like, we'll negotiate later or we'll undo things. Second, if we come close to that and decide not to go over it, then we're stuck right there. It's like digging a hole and not being able to fill it in. Whatever we're incomplete on. That project can't be added onto. We wait 12 months to do more work only if it's another project. We can't wait 12 months and finish the current project.
Right.
So that's, from a personal standpoint, that's my sensitivity to the FEMA limit, and I think that in looking at the way this is laid out, that year one allows us to stay far away from that FEMA limit. I think that's important from a risk minimization factor. The way this breaks out, when year two, there is no work, but if you get down to year three, we were talking about $3 million. I think the number is actually $3.1 million. If you look under year three, the classroom ventilation code compliance,
Yeah, that's
it's
what
the
I was looking at.
941 plus the
Plus the
additional cost
154.
below that. The one
Yep.
cost you wouldn't have is the
Bid
bid
differential.
differential,
Right.
which is roughly $94,000, so roughly 100. And I just want to confirm with the building committee that these costs listed under year three classroom ventilation compliance work, if we accepted Secondino's bid today, we could do just that. These numbers would be hard, and we could do the work next summer without having to rebid it. Is that correct?
Yeah, the only thing is, I think, if you look at the spreadsheet, the bid analysis sheet, Secondino is not low. Wernick Construction is low. Right, Troy?
I'm sorry, Richard.
On what?
His number is still lower than the $961,000 number. I don't care that he's lower. One bidder, that's what Mike's asking.
Okay.
He's got two numbers, 148, which is in
Right.
which is in your year one calculation.
Right.
You've got 941,000 in classroom. Mr. Secondino bid 894,000.
Correct.
So he's $70,000 cheaper than that number.
Okay, I'm sorry, where,
Yes.
let me follow up. Where'd the 941 come from in this?
I think 41 is on the year three.
Yeah, that was the,
ventilation
that was
for
the,
code compliance.
that was that average number that we took, eliminating the high bid, the low bid, and we came, it's just a guide number, it's not a bid. Mean number.
mean number.
Yeah.
Call it 894 now.
Yep,
Um,
understand.
Not FEMA compliant.
Yep, yep, understand.
Hey, this thing's getting lower.
Can,
Doesn't matter.
And Wernick is the lowest bidder.
yep,
Mr. Tetra.
Mike's point is we need to be careful in year one.
Yeah, Mr. Tetra, to your point in your math, the number that I come out with, right, if we were to do what's been kicking around the table here, which is the $1,905,400 worth of work,
Yep.
plus what's currently recommended here is the classroom ventilation for code compliance, which is on here as year three, right, and I subtract out the 94, the total number I come to is $3,056,251 as an exact number on this schedule,
Roughly
which is the
3-1.
math that I did.
3-1 is
Roughly
plus or
3-1 with a
minus.
little cushion.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get to is, are these real numbers down here? And I'm hearing they're not. So if we plugged in real numbers, would it be 3.1 or it would be less? Because if you're telling me Secondino came in less, I'm not clear on why we didn't use real numbers down here.
What happens when you plug in 894? It's going to be 50 grand less. 50, oh, yeah, thanks.
No,
Well,
it's a lot
actually,
less
a
than
little
that.
bid more
It's
because-
200 grand less.
You-
Because of the percentage.
Well, yeah, but where are you getting,
Go to the second page.
yep, I'm on the second page.
Under third bid from the right.
Yep.
Secondino.
Yep.
148 is at the top, and the next one's classroom ventilation improvement work, 894.
That's a real number. The 940
Yes, that's a real number, yes.
So we can, instead of the...
That's a real number.
Yeah.
And that number equates to 941 on the first sheet.
Yep.
Because
So-
941 is just an average of that divided by.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might, can we replace the 941 number with an 894 number?
The 941 in the,
Well, I was asking that to the building committee, Mr. Chair, or to,
well, you said Mr. Chair, so I automatically
Yeah.
said something. You're going to have to clarify, there's too many darn chairs around here.
actually,
I didn't reduce
$3 million bucks.
when I was on the board, Mr. Chair, you never answered anything.
Keep it up and that'll start again.
I'm just trying to get to a real, since we have real bids in, we should be able to get to a real number.
Sure.
Know where we are.
Yeah.
And I realize that the building committee used future numbers on this at one point, but 894, right.
I'd give him 3-1.
I don't want to, Rich, all I want to know is, can I take that 894 and replace that 941 with it?
Oh,
Yeah, but I think this,
3 million works. 3 million.
oh, yeah.
Okay, one thing, yep, yep. Okay.
That's where you started.
Barney?
Follow, far right column.
Werner.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's Lerner.
No, Werner. Werner.
We gotta redo the bounding resolution, too.
29875.
Warner would do it separately?
2 million.
Warner would do,
Yes.
they would do the second.
Far right column?
Yes, we'd use 807.
Oh, the far right column, not even the second meeting.
Look at the far right column.
Guys, Rob's right. One at a time, please. Chris, you're throwing a number out. What's your number?
2 million, using Mr. Secondino's number, 2 million.
Yep.
987,000.
Yep.
500.
Okay,
That's
can someone from the building committee check that, please,
That's-
before we go any
that's
further?
Deleting the bid differential, recalculating the 15% off 894,000, and I left the soft cost of 54,000.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Docker.
and Mr. DeWitt,
Well, then we have to use the 1.5 up top.
But-
I'm just
what-
using the.
what-
All right,
what-
too many talking.
what I think Mr. Tetro and Mr. Special was saying is that actually, we could use the 1.48 from Secondino, who never said they had to be combined, right? And we could use the 807 from Wernert, who also never said they had to be combined, right?
right.
So that lops another $100,000 off this price, plus whatever the additional,
You got me kidding, right? Why wouldn't we just go with one guy for this whole thing?
Well,
$100,000.
well,
$100,000. So you want to go out with 2.9? Let's just keep it at 2.2, we're getting close to it.
Secondino isn't the low bidder. When we look at a combined total bid,
Yeah.
Secondino is not the low bidder.
No, I'm
Right.
with you.
So
He's pretty darn close to second. Werner's pretty
he's
close.
pretty close. We didn't scope out Warner, so we would have to do that.
What do
My
you want?
preference
I like
would-
the idea.
We didn't have, we didn't do a scope review
Yeah,
with that company.
I'd do 3
We
million.
did a scope review.
Oh, I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
Hey, for planning
Just leave it
purposes,
at 3 million.
go with what the number you got a scope review on.
Well, and the other thing is,
I
you,
agree, that would be the prudent number to use, but that doesn't mean.
quite frankly, you're doing numbers at the table here, too. So there's a fair amount of,
Right.
margin for error here. So if you were to go for a $3 million flat number, and you were to come in under that, it provides a little more cushion. And Mr. Tetro, just to your question or to your comment,
Yeah, but we wouldn't do it.
it provides the recommended cushion on the FEMA item as well. So you're not, in terms of your comment of risk, it provides you with a risk level, right?
Yeah, that's, it, over the years, you've always talked about minimizing risk, and I think
Exactly.
that number minimizes the risk the most on a FEMA, so that, the sensitivity. The second thing, I think that this board, the resolution, if you were to do something tonight, is an authorization to spend up until a number. It's typically the vendor selection would take place after this.
Right.
So if you were approving one number, as Mr. DeWitt pointed out, and the other vendor was able to be vetted out at a lower cost, the building committee could go with them and save money on that score.
So being that our calculations are coming to the process being somewhere between 2.9 and 3 million, if we said up to 3 million, they would work down from that number theoretically and get what they could get done
I
within the
think we
bill.
can get a commitment out of the building committee for that.
Yes, I would,
Do you think so?
yes.
Yeah. Mr. Bolito, did you have something you wanted to say?
So am I understanding correctly that basically we are basing our number, if we're going for this option of anywhere from 2.9 to 3, we're essentially basing it off of Secondino's bid? Am I correct?
You're basing it off of Secondino's bid, but knowing that you have a Werner bid out there that's $97 or $85,000 better. So you might actually end up to the good 100,000, which
So
is...
essentially, you're taking 2 bids out of 7
taking
and
the-
basing our number off of that.
You're taking the 2 lowest bids, which are confirmed bids, which they could contract to tomorrow.
Okay.
And you're saying we could go and do that.
All right.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Our
just,
contention is
just,
that's better than the made-up numbers.
I'm sorry.
just to clarify,
Yep.
it does 2 things. It only increases or decreases the FEMA gap, and
Right.
only brings us 20 grand closer to the FEMA gap if we go with Werner.
Right.
Which would be one concern. Second, Ms. Hollins had a chance to vet Secondino, and they've also done recent work for us, so there's some, so we know that vendor is
They're
good.
legit.
So the question then becomes, can we vet another vendor that might be able to do it for less? So the risk, if you will, is on the plus side, that we might be able to get it done for less, but we know we can get it done for that number.
Which is why if you go with the 3 million as opposed to the 2.9, you can get it done, and it allows you to do the vetting process, and it allows you to move forward with the project. Correct?
I have one other question. If we, this to the building committee, and I guess specifically to the Board of Ed, so maybe Dr. Title, if we do this,
Okay.
what does it do to your long-range facilities plan in terms of what schools are on the list currently to be done and what are not?
Want me to try? I don't think it changes it. I think we're going to talk about this in a couple weeks or a week or 10 days about how we're going to try to fit the board, set its priorities out. And I think it's just a matter of marching through those priorities, whatever the allocations are available for the board to move ahead. So I don't think it changes any of the priorities. I think it means that we will work through the board's long-range plan in the order it is there. And if there isn't enough money to do everything the board wishes to do, then we'll just keep going. It may take a little bit longer. But I don't think it changes anything about the priorities.
Specifically, Mill Hill was on the short list, and now apparently they're off. If we had stuck with the 2.2 million, would that be different?
It wouldn't save it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Because we're already, we, the board, me, are already in the plan that's out there, higher than the number that the former first selectman put out as a guidepost. So my hunch is that we're already maybe not going to be able to do everything that's on that.
Right.
Right. So I don't think reducing this is going to help. It may help us get more done of what's right there. I don't see anything saving or moving Mill Hill back into the list unless there was a sudden infusion of money from Mars.
With this option, we're done with Sherman, correct? We're not looking at coming back in a couple of years with another project.
Oh,
or
they
are we?
might. Yeah.
Well, that's,
Well, they can ask for anything they want.
They can ask exactly.
Right. I'm going to ask Ms. Holland to speak a little bit, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. Let's consider something else. If we take the low bid from Secondino to do the ad renos for the teaching space, and we take the low bid from Werner Construction to do the classroom ventilation, let's look at the energy recovery option from Werner. It's $138,000. If we add the $1.4 million and change and the energy recovery money, we come out with a FEMA total of $1,600,000. No contingency included in that, but we take the $1,480,000 from Secondino.
That goes against what Mr. Tetro's concerned about with the...
Yeah, I would
Close,
strongly,
But if you're willing to consider adding a little bit more money to the funding request, it's certainly something we could look at when we do our scope review and our planning. If it's not in there, we can't do it. We can't consider it.
You could beat Secondino down to the Werner number.
yeah, that I just,
Saving $90,000, and you're 3/4 of the way to your energy number.
Yeah, no, let's go ahead, Mr.
I would ask this board not to consider cutting contingency, especially in an area that critical. And I think that if you go back and look over time, as much as things are an average contingency number, And we certainly can't specify exactly where we think the contingency is going to get used, otherwise it wouldn't be contingency, we'd just bid it in that line item.
Right.
We certainly have used it from time to time on a pretty frequent basis, and I just would caution you against cutting that at all.
Yeah. I think we're going to stay at the,
If the contingency is $300,000, we're still under the FEMA number.
okay, thank you.
By how much? I'm sorry.
Not a lot. We're under by about $60,000.
You know what, it's almost too much detail. If we give you the
Very
300,000 and you
But
can
it's-
manage to under the, or if we give you the 3 million and you can manage to under the 3 million, not come close to the FEMA number and get your energy recovery system, that could be a decision made in the field.
And I would suggest if the building committee chose to award part of this to one vendor and part of this to another, that's typically a building committee decision,
Exactly.
not something that we vet at this level.
I agree.
Certainly, there was reasons for that discussion because it was tied into the numbers here, but
Yeah, no, I agree. I appreciate the thought, but it is. You're absolutely right.
We would know the number in February.
Fine. I'm going to bring this
What
back.
is bond council's recommendation? Do we modify the $2.2 million bond proposal or go with an additional $800,000 to make up the three?
Yeah, Chris,
Now
I'm
we'll
going
make a
to,
motion
Chris.
right now.
Yeah, no, I'm going to take, let me take this back.
Okay.
And let me make the motion. I want to work with him
go for it.
live and just get it done, because I think we need to do two things.
Mm-hmm.
We need to amend it so that it doesn't include the entire ventilation, correct, but includes the ventilation for the classrooms. We need, and then we need to raise it to the $3 million, correct?
What I have heard, I think, where the sense of the board is going is that what you are proposing to fund and what seems to be able to be done within $3 million or thereabouts, and including meeting the FEMA limits, is the addition and the renovation to the teaching, administrative, and kitchen space.
Yep.
The HVAC upgrades for code compliance, which would be within the classroom part of this. And what I just heard Ms. Holland say is there may then be some money in the leeway to do the energy recovery in the classroom portion. So while you're doing that, it's all sort of within one project.
I'm going to go to Mr. Tetro quickly.
That's what I
on that.
heard. But only the energy recovery if there's money left within the 3 million.
I would ask that, I think based on our prior discussions, Mr. Stafford, that we leave the energy recovery piece out of, in terms of
I'm
being
fine with that.
specified.
I'm fine with that.
The timing would be this, just so everything's on the table, that the FEMA work would be done first. It would be done by February. We would know in hard dollars and cents in February what the cost was. We would then know, and because there's like a 4-month lead time for the HVAC units, and you buy the HVAC unit with the energy recovery piece or without. All right, it's not an add-on. You either buy it one way or the other. 4-month lead time. You go from February, so you'll have time when you know what the dollars are, when FEMA's been put to bed, so to speak, whether we can order that or not, and I would suggest perhaps you leave that as an ad alternate in the hands of the building committee.
Yep.
You mean the classroom level?
No, the energy recovery piece.
Energy recovery.
Classroom part only.
That's the $126,000.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as they stay with it, as long as they stay within the 3 million.
If they basic,
Right.
correct. And they have to order it that way.
Astrom, could you draft something that puts that together, and I'll make the motion? That's all.
Well, if you look at the resolution I think you have before you,
The 2.2?
I think you have the 3.95 resolution,
Do you have the hard copies, Paul?
That's Exhibit A.
but they don't have the 3.95 resolution, I
He
don't
got
think.
emailed, but I don't,
No, he's got
Was that not
no,
included?
he had the kitchen.
Right, I did say that.
I have the
It was emailed to
2.2.
us.
It was emailed to us, I didn't print it out. I read it on
I
email.
have it. I didn't print it.
I don't either.
Yeah, thanks.
I can run downstairs and copy it.
I'll just wait.
I have a couple of extras, not
Yeah.
enough, but.
You know, can we why don't you write up your notes on that, and we'll, you know, I know there's members of the Sherman community that have been waiting patiently tonight, as well as been waiting patiently a couple of years for this project at least. Number one, I think this board, through its actions in February, showed its commitment to the Sherman School and to make sure that you get the project done that the school and the kids deserve.
You got those, Mary, already.
I think also we recognize the need that the ventilation system, particularly in the classroom, is of paramount importance. And in fact, if this motion does pass, you actually address those ventilation issues much sooner than you would otherwise. So while at this point, if this were to pass, the ventilation issues in the gymnasium and the cafeteria would not specifically be addressed, they certainly could be addressed in the future when better numbers were available for the town boards to make a better decision. Right now, speaking personally for myself, while I support the project in total, and I support the fact that this work needs to be done, I was very uncomfortable with the fact that we were committing to numbers that were not consistent, to a scope that kept on moving around, and to a project that wouldn't address a main concern, as stated publicly many times, being the ventilation, particularly in the classroom. So I don't think it should be taken, or the actions of this board should be taken as actually being against this project in any way. Or I think it should be taken that what we're trying to do is come to a fiscal resolution that can address core needs as soon as possible for the community, based on the best information we have available, which, as you can tell from the discussion tonight, isn't always real good. And that's been a major frustration to this board back in August and again tonight. But we're trying to move this forward to address the legitimate concerns that you all have. And I want to thank my board for their time and attention and diligence, and quite frankly, their creativity in trying to push this along. And I'd like to thank the Special Projects Building Committee for working so hard under what are arguably not the best of circumstances or the best of information. So I don't know if any board members have anything they'd like to add or say. Before we go, I mean, Mr. Tetra?
You need the resolution?
I have the resolution. I'm waiting for Mr. Sastrom to help me with the comments. And by the way, I will go to public comment. I don't want to. You've been sitting here a long time, and I don't want to not recognize that. So.
Well, if we start at the front of the resolution, if I get the sense of the body is to change the number from 3,950 to 3 million.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And then we would do that throughout the resolution. You would notice that the scope of the project is described in Resolution 1, which refers to components described in Exhibit A, and then lists what those components would include, which is what we normally put in a bonding resolution. The rest of the resolution is a fairly standard resolution. The Exhibit A would describe the project components. The Exhibit A that was drafted and given to you contemplated what you got from the building committee. So I would suggest that from that Exhibit A, we would be deleting the cafeteria ventilation and the gym ventilation.
And the energy recovery.
And the energy recovery.
And then bringing that to $3 million.
And this becomes 3 million.
And bringing that to $3 million. But I did understand, correct me if I'm wrong, what I did understand the board to say is that if the energy recovery for the classrooms fit within the $3 million, and only if it fit within the $3 million, that's considered part of the ventilation. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there's FEMA concerns on that as well.
Yeah, that's not code compliance.
Yeah. I think that's correct. Is that correct, everybody? Yeah. Is everybody okay with that? Bob?
I think we just need it probably, I think the board probably needs to reconfirm with the building committee and the purchasing agent on the record that that number gets done what you want to get done.
I was just going to do that.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. No, I appreciate you doing that. I will look to the building committee and the town purchasing director. Does that $3 million, based on best available information, get you the addition and renovation of the teaching, administrative, and kitchen spaces and the classroom ventilation for this project?
Yes.
Get you those two spaces. It does not give you any hope of doing the energy recovery if there is available money at the conclusion of the addition and reno work.
Okay.
What you would need for that is $3,187,140.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Bolito.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on one thing. The administrative renovation, that includes the security upgrades, meaning the front door and the window, so that we could see who's coming into the building. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tetro and then Mr. Walsh.
Just to add on to Ms. Holland's point, because the increment, in this approach, the incremental cost of energy recovery is $137,000, the payback is now down in the 6 to 7 year range.
Wait, how could it be? Because it's not the full school. I thought they said the full school before was 25.
Because you're not, before you were, I believe the committee was
They said the full
looking at
school.
No,
before.
it is the
$400,000. That's
No, they were, no.
years of
It was 5 years at 125,000.
Okay,
Right.
so it would
But
be
call it 6 years
6.
if you want.
Okay,
It would be 6 years.
thank you.
That was the clarification, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you very much. Mr. Walsh, you had a comment?
I just had a question to Ms. Holland. Is this a guaranteed price contract? Meaning that we sign the contract, whatever happens, we're done. That's the cost.
It's not unusual to have change orders for unknown existing conditions that are encountered during the course of the work. Typically, any of those change orders would be funded by the contingency amount.
The answer is, the one-word answer I'm looking for is no.
No.
Well, but we have done guaranteed cost contracts before in our school building, and you chose, or who chose not to do that?
For this project,
For this project?
it was not a consideration for this project. We haven't done any contracts like that since I've been with the town.
I thought Thompson Middle, Ludlow Middle School was.
We'll do contracts for maximum prices, but they have contingency buried within them, they have holds and allowances buried within them. The cost, you may get a guaranteed price, but the cost is considerably higher, because the contractor is at risk for anything that goes wrong during the project, and anything that they don't know about when they're doing their bid that they discover when they're actually doing the work.
So there's a way for this price to continue to creep upward?
Um,
As our architect said, someone to make more money on the deal.
It's a firm fixed price PO, isn't it? Firm fixed price.
It would be. I mean, we would do that, but if the contractor discovers that the wall is missing where he thought there was supposed to be a wall, or a supporting beam where is not where it was supposed to be, that would require a change order. And again, that money would come out of the construction contingency value. That's why we have it. Especially on renovations, it's set at 15%, because there are things that are discovered during the course of the construction. So in the perfect world, we should have enough money.
I have no further comments or questions for Ms. Holland. I do want to comment before you vote on what you want.
Sure thing. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Just one quick question.
Sure.
And I think it's for Mr. Tetro. The 137 that you just mentioned, which is the air system for the classroom piece only, does that bump us closer to the FEMA number, or does it not affect that? Because I'm not sure, based on previous comments, whether it did or did not.
Simply, yes, it does. The
And-
the 137 is Ms. Holland's number, but
Right.
because it's for the energy recovery, that's not exempt from FEMA.
So-
So that's why the import here is that we would finish the FEMA-related work and know exactly how far away we were before ordering the gear, the equipment with the energy recovery component or feature or not.
Okay.
If we'd finished the FEMA work and had used, our contingency had used some of that 300,000, then in point of fact, we wouldn't want to order, we'd want to order the piece without the energy equivalent, because that would drive us too close to it.
Okay, so are you recommending that we fund 3.137 or 3?
I think because of the energy recovery piece, the add-on, the fact that the life of the energy recovery system is 20 years, as it was related to us last night, because natural gas, in fact, fossil fuel prices will continue to go up, there's great long-term savings in that, and I think that's worthy of consideration of investing a bit more now to save money in the long run.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Stone?
One question, the value of the school, the appraised value, is that set? Can that change to affect anything? You know, so now
set
that we're
for-
so close.
Inched up.
Set for now.
Set for now, next time it's revised in
Until they
5
do
years.
reval.
So we're set for now, okay.
Yeah, 5 years.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Bolito?
The classroom ventilation is exempt from FEMA, but the energy recovery is not. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's right.
The fact that the energy recovery is an integrated unit, does that take the classroom ventilation out of the exemption?
No,
It does not.
it's code work.
Jim Went, we're sure of that? Sorry, if I call Mr. Went up to the
Yeah,
FEMA
please.
compliance officer. I just want to make sure that if we do the energy recovery, we're not going to make something not exempt that currently is.
No, Jim Went, for the record, the cost of the classroom ventilation is exempt because it cures an existing code violation.
Right.
The energy recovery is not required to cure that code violation. That's why that piece of it is not.
So even though it's an integrated unit that is connected to the ventilation, the ductwork, I'm assuming, it would not make the classroom ventilation run afoul of FEMA, is what you're saying?
The only thing that we would have to account for the FEMA number is the difference between the ventilation with or without the.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Mr. Kiley, did you have any
No,
comment?
I'm good. Thank you.
Anybody else on the board? Seeing none, I'm going to go to Mr. Walsh, who asked for a comment, and then we'll go from there.
I almost don't know where to start. First of all, I mean, you guys got this PowerPoint presentation tonight, which was nice. 24 hours ago, we didn't have that, so learned a couple things through that. But we started the night off here with many people questioning the energy recovery system and whether they were going to pay for it and not being part of the scope, and seeming to have included in the project ventilation in the gymnasium and ventilation in the APR. And now we've gotten to the point where we're actually considering putting energy recovery in, but cutting off ventilation in the APR and the gym, despite the fact that the testimony here tonight was that clearly, which I was a little surprised about. I thought it was ventilation in the whole building. But clearly, from the first time you voted on this on the 2.2, the ventilation in the gymnasium was included. So now we're going to try to exclude that. And I don't think that's a wise thing to do. I think we should just address Sherman the way it is and address it now and do ventilation for the entire building. I understand and I'm with you on the energy recovery not being part of the scope of the project. And I personally, solely on the Board of Selectmen, tried to get that voted out. Because I too, number one, thought we shouldn't be paying $400,000 for an $126,150 system. And also because it wasn't part of the scope of the project. But now we seem to want to deal, or at least this board is now considering continuing to deal with Sherman and maybe getting another funding request in a couple of years for these other two items. You asked whether you'd be done with Sherman. You're not going to be done with Sherman. I mean, Dr. Title, are you going to come back or support there being ventilation in the APR and the gymnasium at a later date? Yes. There we go. So now we're going to deal with, so now we're dealing with Sherman. Again, in a couple of more years. I mean, what's this going to be now? Between the annex, this project, and another one coming before us, we'll deal with Sherman for a decade. We'll just keep dealing with Sherman, and that's the way it's going to go. Why not just try to get a school done and go forward? I think we have to look at the other school projects and maybe get something consistent on what we're trying to do with the buildings. I mean, we paid for Riverfield to have air conditioning in their gymnasium. We have the new Stratfield School. They have ventilation in their gymnasium and their APR. I think if we're going to start going forward and retrofitting these schools and bringing them up to date, we should try to just deal with it as a project, one project, and move forward, not try to piecemeal it like this one seems to have done. I understand that it had its specific problems with the FEMA regulations, and I think the community, in the Sherman community, has been very patient and willing to work with the town because they also don't want to see a FEMA violation. But they do want ventilation, not only in the classrooms, but in the APR and in the gymnasium. And for those of you who've been in the building, and I had a son who graduated through that building, that APR is atrocious. I went to a concert there in June and sweat through a suit watching a concert for 2 hours. It was completely ridiculous. I was sitting next to John Convertito saying, oh, there's people who don't think there's ventilation needed in this room? If you are there, it's an insane situation that's going on there, and the gymnasium's even worse. You know, with the kids trying to run around and sweat, and it's crazy. It should just all be dealt with. It's another approximately $500,000. Let's just do the project. You can do it for the 3.5 that you have the numbers before you, and let's just move on with this project. Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, you have my vote at $3 million. Anything above that, I'm a no. Just so we're clear. I don't even, why? We sat here for the better part of an hour and a half, getting a number to 3, which I kind of thought we all felt comfortable with. Now we're 317. 3 is it for me.
We're actually at 3 right now. I mean, unless somebody wants
I'm
to
at
add
3.
the 3.
That 137 gets added, I'm out. Just so we're all clear.
I do. Anybody else want to respond, though? Seeing none, we'll go to the public on this item.
Anybody still awake?
Please.
Oh, they're awake. They want to wait 3 years for air conditioning.
I'm Eileen Roxby, the principal at Sherman, and this is my 3rd meeting this week on this project, and I'm very happy to be here. I just want to thank my families for coming here and being here day after day, meeting after meeting. I'm very frustrated with this whole process to get us what we need for our kids. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I think we share your frustration with this process, most definitely. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Please.
Steve Baker, 22 Charles Street, President-elect of the PTA. Thank you for your hard work. I, too, am very frustrated that we came here hoping to get ventilation for our whole school, and seeing the ventilation cut back for the APR and the gymnasium just doesn't seem to make sense to me when I hear part of your body say that you can come back in a couple of years and go forward with the project, another part of the body saying, oh, are we done with Sherman? And so I really don't know what to take away from what you're saying. It sounds like you're contradicting yourself when you're making these statements. So I really would like to second what Mr. Walsh said, and please, let's just get this done now. Add that other $500,000 and over the course of the 20-year bond, you're really not adding that much more into the project. Get it done now, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I address that, gentleman?
Yes, please.
You do realize that if we bond $3.5 or $4 million today, you're not getting ventilation for 2 years on this plan, right?
Yes,
You understand that, right?
Absolutely.
3 years.
3 years, excuse me.
Absolutely. We've gone over this plenty of times. My 8-year-old daughter could tell you that, too, because she's been most of those meetings with me. She understands that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm no longer here for my own children. Oh, sorry, Sarah Janot, 115 Paulding. I've given up on this project for my own children. One started middle school, and I just came from the Ludlow Middle School orientation, and I am counting the minutes until my younger child gets out of that embarrassment to this town. That school is revolting. And I went there, and I love Sherman, and everyone was, more than anybody, I love that school. But I am counting the minutes to my... I have a meeting 9 o'clock there tomorrow morning in that disgusting, smelly APR, where we will sit and we will sweat, and it is smelly and it is disgusting. And I can't believe we've gone through all this and we're not going to touch it. I'm sorry, I've tried to be so appreciative, but it's gone. I can't be appreciative anymore. I'm just fighting for my grandchildren at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please, sir.
Hi, I'm Ken Lee, 71 Rhoda Avenue. We thank you for your attention, and I know that you've probably rather tired of seeing this troop.
Not at all.
And we do appreciate the fact that you have been creative and moved the process forward. And I think to address Mr. DeWitt's comment, yeah, we do understand that it will be 2 years before that project gets addressed. However, it seems that it takes 2 years to get all of the steps followed through to get to the point where we actually get something. So I think that what we're all feeling a little uneasy about is we have a suspicion or fear that when it comes time to come back to attempt to get that rest of the school finished, that process will not just be, it won't happen in 2 years, it'll be 4 years, or maybe 5 years, or maybe we'll go all the way to the back of the bus. And I think that, you know, in a section of town that, you know, a fair portion of our land, including mine, was underwater only a week ago, considering that unlike some sections in town, our taxes went up an average of 20% this year. And considering that school is fairly old, we were hoping to get the commitment to get the whole thing done. We do understand, you know, I mean, I read the papers, I've been to all the Board of Finance meetings and the Board of Selectmen meetings, we understand about the train station, we understand all of those things. And we have tried to be patient, but my concern, my personal concern, my daughter graduates this year. She's not going to get anything. I'm here because it's just the right thing to do. And we just, you know, I just want to, I just wanted to point out why we're asking for that extra money, because we just think that if we don't get it now, you know, it's going to be my grandchildren. So, thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a comment, question, concern? Please.
Meredith McCormick, Fairfield Beach Road.
Hey, Meredith.
Hi. I'm kind of going back and forth on this. In my mother hat, I want My kids, well, they're there. I've been talking to you all for 2 years, and I would love to see my kids benefit from this. But it's not all about me, and it's not all about my kids. And for one thing that I've learned going to these meetings, and I've only been doing this a couple of years, I realize you all have been doing this longer, is so many times in my opinion, we rush through projects to get them done, and they're maybe not done in the best way possible. So maybe we can start a new trend and not be thinking all about me and how this can affect my family. But we're talking about Sherman School. This is our only shot. I'm tired. I'm not coming back in front of you guys in 2 years and asking for more money. And I think if I do, I'm going to get laughed out of here. So in my opinion, we have one shot to do this and to do it right. And that includes doing the ventilation in the gym and the APR. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Please. Chris. Now that we have it set up with Mr. Sastrom, you're free to make the motion. We'll do that.
I'm Wendy Leon, Riverside Drive. I wanted to speak because my daughter, in her first 2 years at Sherman, got pneumonia, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And it's my belief that with the rise of allergies and asthma in children, air quality is a necessity. It's not a nice to have. And it's something that we really should consider, not only in the classrooms, but in the gym where they're breathing and running, and in the APR, which you've heard everyone's complained about how horrible it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns? From the public, anything? From the board? Mr. Bolito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Part of the frustration for us is that we thought we had done this already. Back in February, we approved $2.2 million and were told that we'd get the job done. And because artificially low numbers were used at that time by various people, including our estimator, our building committee, and our former first selectman, we are now back here because the bids came in high, which was to be expected when you're using artificially low numbers. What I'm incredibly disappointed at is that the Sherman community has had to suffer because of this whole process, which is not their fault and not their burden to bear, and yet they've had to bear it. What I'm hearing from the parents who were, stalwart enough to come here tonight was that their chief concern is ventilation. And I haven't heard one mention about the administrative wing. I haven't heard one mention about the, reconfiguring the rooms in there. Sometimes I wonder maybe we should just do the ventilation and forget the rest of it. The problem is that the priorities of this project have never been very clearly established. It's been a moving target from February till now, and it's incredibly frustrating for this board to have to literally do back-of-the-napkin math to try to cobble something together to get the Sherman community something vaguely resembling what they need and deserve, and also factoring in the fact that this is one piece of a larger puzzle. There's a lot of schools that are still waiting in line and have been waiting for Sherman to get done, and now, based upon what we're talking about tonight, it might not be done. So I just want to voice my unbelievable frustration about this process, and this can't happen again. I know that there were FEMA issues that were unique to this school, but this cannot happen again. I don't know what the answer is, whether it's, getting rid of building committees and doing something different, or whether it's just, sticking to numbers that you're given. I just don't know what the answer is, but, it's incredibly frustrating for us, and I feel very bad for the parents at Sherman who've had to suffer from this. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from board members? Please, Sherry.
I have no children who are going to benefit from this. 60 days from now, I won't be here, unless I'm in the audience just watching for fun, which I highly doubt. But what I'd like to say is, first I'd like to thank the Building Committee and point out that on the Building Committee, there are members of the TFC. This is a highly trained Building Committee. What, Mr. Bolito, what you've said, what you've missed is that they've had hundreds of meetings about this. This has been very specifically laid out. They specified exactly what they wanted, but because of FEMA, things had to get changed, and they got changed many times. When they went out to bid, the bids came higher than expected. Whose fault that is, I'm not going to say, because who knows? Is it the former first selectman, or is it just it happened? I don't know which it is, but it happened. So all I can tell you is that they tried to use numbers so that they didn't do exactly what you're saying they shouldn't be doing, which is using unrealistic numbers. The whole reason they picked the first bid that they did, that first section, was so they had enough leeway that they wouldn't mess up with the FEMA regulations and then have millions of dollars that we'd have to kick in to bring everything else up to code. They were being realistic. So now, the rest of it, the numbers they used were to give a good, solid estimate using the mean number of all the estimates that were given. I think you might have excluded the bottom one. But using the other bids that were there, which were basically bona fide and ready-to-go bids, they used those numbers just so there was a little leeway because it's going out in another year for bid. And they added back in, since they had to go back out to bid because everything came back too high, that's when they revisited the things that they had cut out before, because now you're going to be able to possibly do the things you always wanted to, but you were trying to just squeeze in the things you absolutely could squeeze in. They used, I can't tell you, the meetings, we would sit there, and I sat in a number of these meetings, and I can tell you that they just went on and on trying to figure out what materials they could use, how they could cut back in so many ways. So I find it kind of offensive to hear you say that, you know, you're offended by the fact that people don't come up with realistic numbers when you're all flashing this. And basically, when they go out to bid, they'll find out what the real number is. They don't have to necessarily spend that whole thing, but, you know, they have a clear-cut idea of what they need. And I think it's kind of offensive that in 3 hours you can go through and try to think you can find all the points that they've looked at for years now. And I'm just kind of fed up.
Can I respond? Briefly. I have to respectfully disagree with you, Ms. Stenick, because I appreciate the work and effort the building has put in, the building committee's put in. Doesn't change the fact that a couple weeks ago, they came to us and said very specifically, the numbers we gave you in February were wrong. And it wasn't because the bids came in high, it was because it was dictated to them, and it was dictated to Turner, the estimator, what the number should be. That was stated unequivocally, without question. So let's just make that very clear that we're not here because the bids came in higher because of bad luck. We approved this once already. We were told that numbers were 2.2 million, and now we're back here again being told those numbers were incorrect. That is the crux of the problem and why we're here. So I'm not picking on the building committee. I know it's an impossible task and it's a volunteer job, and I appreciate the work that all the members have done. It doesn't change the fact that the numbers were wrong, and that can't happen. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from anyone? I want to take a moment for myself then, very briefly. Look, this project has not gone as well as anyone would have liked. And I'm not even going to say why, because I don't know why. What I know is the project's been before us 3 times. The reason I'm inclined for the $3 million is very specifically to get all the safety work and all that work done, as well as quickly as possible to get the classroom ventilation work done, because that's been stated repeatedly and unequivocally that that is a priority, and quite frankly might be a health concern. That doesn't mean that me personally, that I do not appreciate or think that the gymnasium and the cafeteria is also very important. What concerns me greatly is the fact that the numbers that we've been presented for those projects are purely guesstimates that are 3 years out. And they might be based in some type of fact that was done today. But as we saw back in February when good-intentioned people came up with estimates, they were wildly wrong. And to have the community wait for 3 years to get some ventilation work done, particularly in the core part of the building being the classrooms, quite frankly, I don't want to take that risk. I wanted to get the classrooms done now. Now, I can only speak for myself on this committee right now, and I might not be on the committee in 2 years. But you have my word that if this were to come back before us, before me, in 2 years for the ventilation for those two areas, that I would support it. Because just as this body supported it in February, for the most part, I think it's required. I think it's necessary. I don't have enough information to support the dollar value of it today. That doesn't mean that I don't support the need for it, and I don't believe that it needs to be done. It's that I don't have enough financial information to make a qualified decision to give this community what I think they need. And oh, by the way, we've already made an error on that decision back in February. And I'm not in a habit, I hope, of repeating the same mistake twice. So if this comes back before me for the ventilation for those two areas, I support that. Period. It's a matter of not having good information. I'm not sure we have great information now on what we're about to approve. I'm damn well sure we don't have good information on what might happen 3 years from now. And that's all it is for me. So I thank you for your time, and I truly appreciate the time and effort and the patience that the community has put in throughout the process, most importantly tonight, because I feel bad that I have you here, and I'm theorizing that you all have to get up to get some kids to school tomorrow. So, Mr. Sastrom, are you set? And Mr. DeWitt, I think you had asked if you could do the honors. Yeah, with Mr. Sastrom's help, I think.
I think the first item, Paul, is the revised resolution on the agenda as distributed?
The revised resolution,
From the Board of Selectmen, the 3950 is what is on the agenda.
To amend a previously adopted bond
Right,
resolution.
okay. So what you would need to do then, since that is before you, what you need to do if you want to amend that resolution is to make a request to amend the resolution that the Board of Selectmen approved yesterday.
I make a motion, we amend the proposal before us, the bid proposal, I'm sorry, the bond proposal before us, approved yesterday by the Board of Selectmen on the Sherman School project, to be a total of $3 million. Make the changes, last page changes, to remove,
He should just be.
under construction costs, the energy recovery, cafeteria ventilation, and gym ventilation.
Does that have a second? Mr. Polito seconds it. Questions, comments from board members? Seeing none, I'll briefly go to the public. Seeing none there. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
You gotta move
Sarah Janot,
quicker.
I just want to apologize for losing it, and I really want to thank Mr. Flynn for clarifying. We really appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns? All in favor? All opposed? Abstentions? That item carries. So we are done with item number 2 on the agenda. Can we postpone the other item? Yeah. So we're going to postpone the other item on the agenda. I have no other communications or other business for the body this evening. Do you, Mr. Hiller? We can't postpone?
everything, we can wait till the meeting of October 4th.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Second. Oh, Mrs. Leclerc, I'm sorry.
We approved the amendment, we have to approve the thing.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm so sorry. Do we have to approve, Mr. Sastrom? Do we have to approve the whole bond motion now, or we?
Yeah, you should do that.
Yeah, okay. So do I, thank you. You were my
Approve the
wingman.
amendment.
I was waiting for it. Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve
the amended bond resolution? Do we have a second? I'll go to Mr. Brown on that. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none? All in
Very good
favor?
call.
Opposed? Abstentions? Mary, thank you. Mr. Sastrom, thank you. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Yes. Mr. Bolito, do I have a second? Mr. Kiley, all in favor?
We're outta here.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you.
The motion passed yesterday.